Please.
All right, welcome everyone to the October 17th, 2022 MSA School Board Workshop. So we have one agenda item, if you will, tonight where we're going to talk through expansion options and merger discussion. We have two particular things. One is the community survey response. So thanks for everyone who took the time to fill out that community survey response. And then the administration has kind of compiled a merger presentation that we can go through tonight. So with that, I think I will turn it over to Randy. You okay?
Okay, yeah. All right. Well, like Dan mentioned, so thank you for all of those that filled out the survey that was sent out a few weeks ago. And, we put a presentation together on all that. Before we go through that, I just want to kind of give an update on where we're at with expansion. Right now, there's a couple obstacles we're hitting with expansion, and one is the bond rates. You know, what they were last spring and what they are now is about double. So that's an unfortunate situation right now, that the bond rates are going up. And also with that is materials. So building materials have also escalated in price. So we're kind of hitting our heads against the wall a little bit as far as what we could have purchased for a school last summer, spring, is significantly less now than what it could have been. So the money we're able to get through bonding isn't going as far as it would have, which has presented some obstacles as far as trying to identify our next home. So the expansion committee is working real hard. There's 3 options, and we'll be discussing them more next month. And our November meeting is staying here and just expanding our facility here to accommodate the extra students. There's pros and cons to that. As you know, we only have about 5 acres, so we don't have a lot of extra space for green fields and other issues, parking. Those are things that would have to be taken into consideration with staying here and trying to accommodate that growth. We'll have more information. We just started talking at our last meeting last Tuesday about this. One is, of course, building from the ground up. And of course, that's purchasing land, getting all the permits, everything you need from the city. Sometimes you got to bring in sewer and water and all those other criteria to build, which costs more money and comes out of that bonding. Also, you're building new, so the price per square foot is more expensive than if you were to remodel. So that's something we're facing with the buildup. And then the last option is finding an existing space that's no longer operating that we can purchase and turn it into a school. The advantages of it is it's less per square foot than it is building new. The obstacle is trying to find property that's available. So there's kind of pros and cons to each of them, and we'll be really looking into that over the next few weeks with our expansion committee. We'll have more information in November for our board meeting, because we have some decisions we make. Do we stay, do we go, and what's those kinds of things. Hopefully we'll have more information. You'll see later today that Nick Hagan from Piper Sandler is here to talk about the bonding process. So I think that's going to really fit in really well. He'll be able to answer some questions, but also explain that process as well, I think, which would be really, really helpful for us. And our last expansion meeting was Tuesday. Given the situation with some of oh gosh, what are we going to do now? We decided to postpone the 3rd meeting, which is our design meeting that we've been meeting in the evenings, due to the expansion situation. Is okay, we need a little bit more specific information, which of the 3, because that's really going to kind of tailor that 3rd meeting. So that's why we decided to postpone it. It sounds like it's going to be maybe the week of November 11th. Not quite sure. Just so we can get some more for sure answers on that process. What is our expansion looking like? So that's good, was postponed for that. And that had nothing to do with the merger, just in case people wanted us more on where we at expansion wise, so we can really start tailoring that 3rd meeting towards that option. Okay, so that's kind of an update on expansion. I know in the meeting itself, I think Jeff has an update. If there's anything else left to say, John and Jeff can expand more on that. That's just kind of in a nutshell where we're at with the expansion. We get closer and closer every week to more and more information, so as we're coming to a decision. Okay, the other thing is the PowerPoint, if you want to pull that up, Amanda. We shared a PowerPoint, hopefully you can read it, from the results that were received from the survey. Like I said, thank you for those who have filled it out. The board did receive all of the results it received from all of our MSA families and staff, so you had a report on all that information. You can see it all. Instead of going through all, 200 and some responses, whatever, we just kind of bucketed into the big categories. So just to kind of go over the timeline again, I'll just read through it. It's going to be, might be hard to read, it's kind of small. Kind of how it went early August 2022 was just a few months ago. Myself, Mr. Vetch, at an expansion committee's request, went to Woodward Leadership Academy to explore how their busing works for Independent School District 833, as they're in 622, and majority of their families are in 833. How does that work? Dr. Mortensen, who's their executive director, at that time proposed a merger plan that she had originally pitched the previous executive director about 5 years ago. So she brought that back. Then also early, our admin team met from both schools just to talk a little bit more about it. From there, we contacted the board chair, Mr. Van Ellenson, brought him into the picture with that, and then we met with the board chairs and admin to talk a bit further. At that time, then we brought in another member from our boards, so Jeff Eng joined us, another member from their board met. We talked about what does a merger kind of look like, just real briefly, and decided, you know, this is something that has merit, let's go forward with this. And at that time we decided, hey, let's bring our boards into the picture. So with that, that's when we had the meeting about 2 weeks ago, I want to say. We had a board workshop, October 3rd. We had that board workshop and just kind of talked more about the big picture, right? What does it look like? What kind, you know, what questions do we have? What more do we need to know? And just started the initial conversation and getting the board involved. And then we, on October 6th, we sent the survey to find out what our community needs to know more about it. We're finding out more and more information about the merger. We didn't have all the answers, but we don't know what questions do people know as we go forward. So that's just giving you a little bit of a timeline. Today, our agenda for today is to go through the survey data and answer any questions brought forward. To preface that discussion with a request. So what we would like, the admin would like to do is just to request to table the merger conversation at the present time as we are working so hard on our expansion. Because right now the two options are kind of getting muddled together. Our strategic plan is really the expansion itself. So we really need to focus, as we mentioned earlier, some of the three obstacles, what kind of situations we're dealing with. We're working with our next expansion. So as that is our strategic plan, we really want to focus on the expansion right at this time and then revisit this at a later date. And we can talk more about the merger at that time because we have to focus on this expansion. Regardless, if we merge or not, we have to expand. So we really want to take this time, put all our eggs in one basket and really focus all of our time and effort, because if we go forward and start working on a merger, it's a lot of work and we really need to get another building going or start talking about expansion. So that's really what we're proposing today, is really to focus on the expansion and table that merger. Like it says in here, expansion plans are becoming increasingly complicated and administration and board needs to first focus on our strategic priority to address our expansion needs. The intention is to more fully explore the merger option once expansion plans are more finalized and underway. So just want to put that out there, and I propose that to the board, that we really focus on expansion. It's something that we've been working on for a couple of years now, and I'd hate for us to lose that focus. Because as we know, the merger is taking a lot of time, effort, and we need to really focus on that part. So, like we said, though, we would present the results from the survey, and I want to bring that up. So of the survey, about 19% of MSA parents responded. It might be a little bit more, but by the time we need to get this ready for the board packet, is pretty close. So about 19% of our parents responded, about 38% of the staff responded. Just to kind of give you an idea. We did not ask any parents or staff to decide or make any decisions. We asked for responses only to share their positives and questions. That was really the focus, just to kind of see. The positives were about usually expanded busing, because we have 2 different districts that a merger would bring in, that we might have some options to provide busing. Just two school districts instead of just one. Another positive that was brought forward was a K-12 continuous curriculum addressed from K to 12. Stable enrollment for the future, and collaborating instead of competing. Those are really kind of the big 4 that were brought forward, that a lot of stuff kind of fed into that. Most of the questions were around enrollment, academics, and we go into each of these down a little bit more. Finances, cultures, concerns about the specific details if the boards merge, such as, school colors, name of the school, those little, they all kind of lumped into there one way or another. And then the speed and logistics, like, are we moving too fast? That was brought up a lot. So these 6 were really the big ones. There's some other little smaller ones that we kind of lumped into here too, but those were really the big questions. Enrollment. There was a mistake on the info that went out, that we shared that there was 50% of our students that came from WLA, and that is not even the situation. The number is significantly fewer. We apologize for the mistake. It was not intended to misinform. There were also questions about the lottery and sibling staff preference. The laws governing charter school enrollment remain the same. That's just if there's a merger, the sibling still happens, whether they're year 1 district, if they're in kindergarten, unless they decide not to come back, they're guaranteed a spot up into 12th grade. The lottery was available just like it always is. It would be available in every grade where there's a spot available. You do take an everybody enrolls, and then you go through the lottery process. Once the lottery process is completed, then you have a wait list. That all stays the same. It's just have a more concentrated entry point down in kindergarten than you would in 6th grade. If there were to be a merger, it would come at a time of expansion, so we expect that there would still be many entry points and details about how many students would, of course, be a board decision as we decide how big to have it. Here is just here's more details on that enrollment piece, and I wanted to share this. So you can kind of see in there, I'm sorry if you can't see the graphs in here, but it kind of shows where our students come from. It shows, most of them come from 833. Let me enlarge my screen so I can actually tell you. So it kind of goes through the different years where they came from. The biggest, of course, is 833. Other is next, then WLA, then 834, then 622, and then 625. So kind of shows you where our students kind of come from. And then it shows you where there's another, then second graph shows where our students live, so you kind of know where they're coming from. And then also enrollment. So incoming schools, grade 6 by feeder school. So it kind of just shows you all the different schools where our students come from and the number of students that came to our school from those different schools. So the 6th graders that came in for the last 5 years, 7 years, the number of students we got from the different schools, including WLA is on here, but also the 20 other schools, and a lot of the elementary schools in Woodbury, some of the other ones as well, and you can see. Of course, the majority of ours come from Valley Crossing Elementary. Last year we had, of our 6th graders, 23 of them came from Valley Crossing. The next highest is Liberty Ridge, and then Bailey Elementary, and then a kind of about 5 and under from a bunch of other schools. Last year we had 1 student from Woodbury Leadership, 6th grade. So it just gives you kind of an idea of where our need.
Randy?
Yes.
Just a quick one on that one, and you may not know the answer, but on the Valley Crossing, that's, I believe, the only one that has the Gateway program in our region. So maybe you can't say the number, but is that why we're seeing more, almost more the double coming?
My
from
guess
Valley
would be, I
Crossing?
think parents feel we're a better fit for their child.
Okay.
And Valley Crossing is one of 3 schools that is within a mile of our building, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So why is that one so much more? And I'm speculating maybe the Gateway program. I saw some of that in the survey feedback as well.
I also did some research on MCA scores in all of the elementary schools in Woodbury, and Valley Crossing was one of the highest in Woodbury. So I think maybe it's a fit purpose too. So.
Well, before they became Gateway, they were also more of a community school, so individualized learning. It did not depend on your age or grade. So just their learning philosophy has always been very different from any other 833 school. And that's why it was such a good fit for Gateway when they moved the location.
And then the next one is incoming. It's just basically the same. Incoming grade 6 by feeder school. All right, that was the big one, was enrollment, so I just wanted to share that. So where we are getting our students from. Academics, just a little bit of information on academics. Woodbury Leadership uses core knowledge. We would continue to use our accelerator traditional program through grade 6-12 if there were to be a merger. So CAFE, Woodbury Leadership would use their core knowledge program for grades kindergarten through 5th grade. And then starting 6 through 12, they'd be part of the MSA curriculum that we use. Proposed post-merger, LA has asked that MSA, in the event of a merger, maintain the MSA curriculum for 6-12. As we know, we have a strong 6-12 program, and that's an area they're struggling in right now. Because as you'll see below, I mean, we looked at some of the test scores, and I think core knowledge is a strong program in middle school. So that would be something that would change in their 6th grade if there was a merger. 6-12 would be our program. And this just shows, I know this is a big question, I think, that a few of you brought up at the board workshop meeting. This was brought up as like the test scores. So we did some more research on the actual test scores, so you can kind of see that. So the bar graph there, you can see it's the state of Minnesota is the first column, the second column is WLA, the third column is South Washington School District 833. This is grades just 3 through 5 because 6-12 they're in our schools. So how are they prepared for us, right? And then just as comparison, other charter schools, the 4th column is St. Croix Prep, and then the 5th one is Nova Classical. That is just last year's for 2022. So you just kind of draw your own conclusions. You can kind of see the line graph just next to it is over the last 5 years for grades 3 through 5th grade. It just shows you the test scores for the last 5 years. Green is St. Croix, which as you can see is across the top, then it's Nova, and then it's kind of intertwined with South Washington, WLA, and Minnesota. And you can see, if you remember, there's no, I don't know why it's here, but 20 was the year they didn't do the MCA, so that's why there's no score, but it just drops to 21. So.
Can I ask why MSA's data wasn't provided on this graph?
Because we don't have 3rd through 5th grade.
That's right.
That's okay.
I do want to point out the fact too, like if you look at the line graph next to it, there is a decrease in everybody, regardless of what school they're at, but it is continuing to go up.
Yeah, right. And it's really hard to really know what a school's, we know the pandemic was a challenge for a lot of schools. And I'm sure, I don't know what certain schools' plans were, what their distance learning plans were. Some were really strong, some were not. So I think that really had an impact on a lot of schools as well. And then how did they come out of the pandemic as well, as far as did they provide a lot of interventions, or what was their plan? Some maybe didn't have to, I guess it just really, that was a big factor. But you can see, yes, everybody's kind of starting to come back up, like Wendell mentioned. And you can see WA's a red, they dropped quite a bit in 21, but they had probably the biggest growth from 21 to 22. But that's just to kind of show you those, I just want to provide you the facts there with MSA scores. And then that was, I'm sorry, that was in math. This is in reading, same, just last year with the different schools. Just for you at home, you can see the first column is Minnesota, this is the bar graph, then WLA, then South Washington, then St. Croix Prep, and then Nova Glasgow. And then the line graph is the last 5 years for the same 5 schools, or 5 areas. And that's for reading. And then the last one's for science. Now, the tough part for South Washington, they have 16 elementary schools. This is all average. You take all their schools and you average all their 3rd through 5th grade. So that is the test scores information. So I want to make sure that's all for everybody to have that information. This is something that Dr. Hinton put together, was just our pool of new 6th grade students results for 2022. This is in reading, math, and science. This is just grade 5, and then for us, grade 6. So this is the 3 areas for 21, and then of course this past year, those 5th graders are now our 6th graders. So you can see that. Finances. Woodbury, okay, just to bring everybody up to speed, Woodbury Leadership Academy, I know some people brought, well, they have debt, but they just went through the bonding process. We're going to be, as we, we're expanding, so we're coming into some debt, as you'll see. But they bonded for $22 million for their new school. Mr. Hagan, who will speak during our board meeting, you'll understand a little more that those bonds are guaranteed against lease aid for, for the lease aid you get from the state covers your bonding costs. So, so you'll see that for WLA, their bonds are guaranteed against lease aid for 900 students. They'll maximize their lease aid with 900 students with no general fund supplement. They'll currently have 690 students, and their capacity in their building is for 1,200 kids. So they're in a better situation, and of course they bonded when the rates were really nice. So for us, just to give you what we're looking at as we go into our expansion, we currently owe $8 million for this facility right here that we're sitting in. With our expansion, we expect to take on approximately $34 million in debt. Our bonds will require lease aid for all 1,300 students, an additional contribution from our general fund to get that $34 million. So that's kind of in comparison. The bond finance will be explained more thoroughly during the board meeting, like we mentioned with Mr. Hagan. So if you have questions, that's what he'll be here for that process. So just to kind of give you an idea with finances. Cultures.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
Do you happen to know when they anticipated they were going to hit their 900 students? In 24 and 25, is that their plan?
Yes.
Okay. And are they on track?
Yes.
I have what Mike was stupid question, but the per pupil dollar amount is the same
Mhm.
for elementary, middle, high school, and each school?
Yes. And one thing nice about lease aid, we get lease aid even if a student is PSEO. So it goes on our enrollment, so if a student is 100% PSEO, we count them as a student full-time. So our lease aid is based on it, even though our funding for it is not based on, it's on the FTE, that amount of time they're here at our facility for work, for schoolwork, but for lease aid, we get a count. So that's one. Cultures. This is a lot of questions revolve, kind of centered around the culture, you know, the smallness, all those types of things. So every school has a distinct culture. Our intention in the event of a merger would be to maintain an elementary culture, because they'd have one building, and then a secondary culture. This would be facilitated by having two sites. This would be an area of concentration. If we were to move forward with a merger, it's something we would need to have some task forces, some committees to make sure we can instill a culture that we want to have for MSA. That's going to need to be also if we expand, because, you know, we're going from 600 in the expansion to 1,300. So that's something we're going to need to address, whether we're expanding or whether, you know, a merger is involved. Merger is just not from one school going to the next, but we're going to have to maintain our, you know, our culture even when we expand. Understand the importance of a small school feel to MSA community, and we will be working to preserve this as we expand. Most schools are committed to small class size of 20 to 25 in all grades, so that's not going to change. Our class size will stay what it is currently too, so that's something we'll need to continue to work towards in our budgeting and everything. So that's important. Details. Many families are concerned about details such as dress code, staffing. You know, how are we going to staff two buildings? What's it going to look like for middle school coming into our facility? That's something we'd have to address. But you know, as we're adding more students, we're going to add more staff because of our, you know, the number of students we bring in, also keeping to our class sizes. So we would most likely be hiring because we're adding more kids. What would administration look like? What does the governance look like? You know, what are our bylaws going to be? All those types of things that uphold our policies, our bylaws, all those factors would have to go into, you know, into consideration. And all these issues have to be heard out, and that's part of the merger plan. If the board, when we reconvene about the merger, if the board decides to move forward, both boards, then we would have to put together a merger plan, which would include all of that governance and stuff, and that would come back to both boards for approval before a merger would even start. So, but that's something that would have to be ironed out by both boards, and we'd have committees to look into all those areas and all into, you know, into all that, those questions. Speed and logistics. The administration, that's why we're kind of requesting, you know, administration to table the merger with the discussion until our expansion plans have been solidified. The merger is moving really quickly, and we need time really just to focus on expansion right now. When the board is ready to further consider the option of merger, we will revisit the process for merger consideration. So that's kind of through the summary of the information that was brought forward through the survey. And like I said, that's most of it. So this is really an opportunity, questions, discussions from the board members, anything you'd like to add at this time. That's a good time to kind of bring it to that part. Yes, sir.
I know it said that the bonds are like going to be set. What did it say? It said those bonds are guaranteed against lease aid for 900 students by 2024 to 2025 school year. Right? I mean, they're right now what they're supposed to have. They're supposed to have 774 kids, but they have 690. So they're down a couple, and by a couple I mean like over 70 kids. So how would they? And I mean 900 students. 2024 is like in 2 years. So how are they going to jump 210 students in that time span?
That's a good question. Nick can talk more about it, But usually when you go into a bonding, they won't bring you to the maximum payment for a couple of years. They'll kind of ease into that amount, so your payment at first is a little bit lower. And as you acquire more students, your payment gets back to where it will be. But Nick will talk more about that as we go, but yeah, they'll kind of adjust it, because they understand you're here, but your plan is to grow to whatever that amount is. So they kind of ease you into that payment. But Nick can talk more about that whole process. Yes, Mom?
I was wondering why there was no survey sent out to students about this.
That's something we never really decided, because I don't know if they have enough information. And something we can look at if the board decides to move forward.
I have a question. So when you say the administration is requesting we table the discussions until the expansion plans have been solidified, does that mean when we move into our building, I think I'd like to know what timeline you're looking at. Are you still looking at fall 2023, like what was communicated, or what are you thinking?
Well, it's gonna take probably a couple months, probably 2-3 months, maybe before our expansion kind of has an idea of the direction we're going, and are we building, what are we doing? Once those plans kind of get underway, we need to really get that established right now and get that done. And then we'll bring it back to our board to discuss. It could be next fall, but if the board decides that's too soon, then we'll just have to, we can look at a later date.
So, yeah, just to be clear, so you're saying your recommendation right now, or the administration's recommendation, not this fall, is what, I think that's what you're.
Yeah,
you're
that's what I
asking.
mean, yeah.
Well,
No, not this fall.
It could be, it
next
just
school year.
depends, but it could be next, yeah, not now. I mean, we want to bring this back to our board for discussion, if we want to look more into a merger, probably after the first of the year, I think. I think we need to have
And so
this time to really.
I guess to play that out a little further means
Yeah.
it's not possible to merge this year because of the timeline that was laid
No,
out.
I don't mean this year. I think what was communicated was next fall, school year, 2023, 24.
But I think next school year would not be possible either if we delay.
Right, that's what I think,
So-
because of expansion.
So I think that's for us to discuss tonight, is to say, okay, this is an option, right? But I mean, if we delay it a couple of months, then we will miss, I don't see how we
Right.
could make it otherwise.
Okay.
So that's kind of
Okay.
what we're talking about tonight. Are we all
Okay.
comfortable with that?
I mean,
And is it, are we set on WLA, or are we still open to other ideas? I mean, it seems like we're laser focused on WLA, but I don't think us as a board have made
I
that
think,
decision.
well, when we come back to decide, I think we just want the board to say, when we discuss it more, is like, yes, we're interested in finding out more about a merger, let's go forward and start investigating into it.
Okay.
The soonest would be next school year. I think that's going to be really challenging, but if it's that or is it the year after, that's something we'd have to decide when we reconvene. And is a merger make sense, and is FWLA the right school to merge with? I think that's stuff that we would have to revisit once we get back together.
So a question about the information, I mean, this is I like the survey and getting a sense of what our stakeholders want. So what I see that's kind of missing is what questions were we asking as a board or the administration? I mean, that's missing from this report. I mean, I assume we were asking some other questions separately. So what were those? Whether it be finances, more specific about culture, and anything that our stakeholders might have actually thought about it, because they're not the experts with charter schools. So do we have a list of that stuff that we're collecting
It's all
along the way?
The report you received has everything that was submitted. in the
From the
survey.
survey, but I'm
Right.
saying separately,
Oh,
what work were we doing and what questions were we asking from an administrative, operational, and from the board perspective? I mean, we hadn't gotten that far, so I don't know, the survey stuff was really interesting and really good, but I think a big chunk that was missing is there's no input from us or even conversation from us about anything.
and.
You know, we had that workshop, but
Just clear, yeah, so I mean, we had, it was just a couple of pages, but we had a couple of pages of questions from the board at the workshop.
yeah, and it was missing a lot of stuff because I didn't know what the workshop was gonna be all about. So I did some research, but there was a lot of research that needed to be done. Going back to my comments at that meeting is, I didn't sense that we educated ourselves on the whole process, or even discussed the process. So I guess the learning here is, when we get that far in a year or so, the board should have a discussion about process and understanding what we need. Because we have this information, like for instance, like all this information about test scores, test results. That's all great, but if we had a discussion before we got that information, then we'd actually have a better sense of what we're looking for. Are we looking for equal test results? Better? Less? I don't want to build a direction based on the information that we're getting that's random. You kind of want to search information with a plan in mind. So I guess that's the learning for me is, all this stuff it's teaching us how we ought to be looking at it in the future. And I'm not sure we had a plan to do that. It just all kind of came so quickly, and we need to be better about that.
And Jeff, I don't think that it came too quickly, because it did. I think what else happened was a lot of us came in with ammunition on shutting this down right away. We didn't think about this objectively. We didn't think about this in a sense of what could be the possibilities. It was, we have this information, shut it down right now. And so that's where we need to we all need to take a step back, and we need to think, okay, what is best for MSA? And how do we move forward? Is it just the expansion? Is it just a merger? Like, where are we at? And I think it came from the right thing. It came from administration to the board, but it has to start at the board and then work its way down.
And that was a huge reaction. You're right, it wasn't neutral. But it was a reaction because the information we got started off not being neutral.
Mhm.
So, that's the other learning is we need to, as you say, look at it with fresh eyes. But if the information we get does not seem right, then you're right. We would automatically respond, and not necessarily in a positive fashion.
Well, and I think that meeting that we had, the workshop, it was more based on feelings. How do you feel? What do you think? Where I think it should be more data-driven, I think there should be more data. And then we can, brainstorm. But I went into that workshop not having any idea. So maybe I was a little negative, but I didn't have any data to help me make a decision. So we were brainstorming at our table.
It's kind of what the intent was from our just to brainstorm.
Yeah.
So how do we stop being a board that's just lying in wait? Right?
What was that?
We're just all kind of sitting here, just kind of waiting for information to fall into our hands, I guess. So how do we, and I tend to look to Jeff for this because he's been so involved over the years with expansion, but without getting into due diligence, what do we need? What data do we need to go forward? What are their real estate holdings? What acreage do they have? What buildings do they own over there at WLA? What are our wait list numbers? And maybe, I did miss the Monday meeting, so maybe this was
That's
already.
exactly right. Or what's the financial benefit to MSA? That whole piece.
Because we do have an obligation to stay objective.
Yeah.
And this is something that was brought to us by our admin as a possible solution to some of our problems, right?
But why? I had never
Yeah.
heard, what problem? What solution? I thought we were expanding. That's the kind of stuff I would have.
Yeah, what
Like
does
to
this
know.
do to expansion?
If I could just start, and thanks for the comments. I would say 100% it was a reaction, right? I think that was, I think if we're all honest, we were reacting to an opportunity, right? So it wasn't like we were in the search mode for a merger in which school, right? It fell on us and we said, let's take a time out. At least I can speak from my standpoint, which was, I don't know if this makes sense. Let's have a discussion. And then it was, as you laid out the timeline, who do we bring in when? Because we understood this was going to be extremely sensitive, right? We have so much involved, parents, teachers, the community, staff, everything. So it's not like let's just flip it out with an email to everyone. So we were pretty deliberate about who do we bring in. We bring in the expansion committees from both sides, facilities from both sides, and then, okay, now we've had enough discussion where we need to actually involve the boards, because it's not fair to continue having a discussion about something if we're seriously thinking that this could happen. So that's why we had the board meeting. And yeah, I think it's fair to also say we didn't share enough information ahead of time. Perhaps that was something that we can do better next time. No problem about that. But I think we were trying to leave it open and trying our best to not taint this one. I think if we look back, we can say we have this expansion. This is where I'm at. I think the administration is as well. We have this expansion goal. There's no question there. That's come from the board. That's numbers on paper. That's nothing that we are screaming that we want. It's just that's how the math works out, and we know math and science here. So math works out that we need to expand. That's how. So the question came in, would a merger help that one? And we didn't know the answer to it. But I like the approach of saying we're expanding, period, full stop. We need to expand. Let's keep that going. The merger was a distraction, if we're honest. I mean, there was a lot of surveys, a lot of feedback, a lot of community saying, I like it, I don't, what have, you know, there's a lot of questions that came up. So I think, in my mind, it makes more sense, expand, and then follow through with our expansion. And then the question is, does a merger make sense insofar as it supports our expansion? And then the question is, with who, right? So I think what happened was we had another great school come and say, we're looking to expand as well. Would it make sense? Great question. And I think it's fair to ask that question, but it did become a distraction for us. So I think tonight's discussion, and I wanted to bite my tongue for a little while to get everyone's feedback, but I think it makes sense that we're all kind of aligned. We need to kind of all say, you know, what makes sense and what doesn't for our school. So I'm interested to hear everyone's thoughts. That's why we blocked this time, a full hour for us to kind of have a discussion to talk through, get everyone's feedback on that, because it's not fair. I mean, it's technically a board decision. The administration makes a recommendation, right? But we need to decide yes or no. But I think if we can just have a general consensus, what makes sense based on kind of what we're feeling now. You guys got a chance to read through many pages of community feedback, which was great. I think that's extremely important and insightful for folks, especially if they've had kids go through the different schools. They can share personal stories and whatnot, which was meaningful to hear as well. So, sorry if I shut down anyone's thought, because I'm open, and I still am. I like the idea of cooperation. I would say I like cooperating with the other schools in our district and not competing. I think that makes sense in a broad picture, but does it make the most sense for MSA to merge with WLA? That's the next question. Is that the right one to cooperate with? That we have to decide. And then the timing could be the other, maybe the timing.
I wonder if anybody else here has thought about it, but instead of a merger, have we thought about acquiring? They're
Acquire. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, so, I mean.
Basically, we take over.
Yeah, officially, as far as the state's concerned, one school dissolves and becomes part of another school. That's the official. We are talking about it like a merger because we don't want to be kind of, we're cooperating and collaborating. It's not really a hostile takeover, it's a merger, but one school would cease to exist. And then they would become, so in the scenario that we're looking at, that school would become, they might call themselves WLA, whatever, but they would become part of MSA. They would not, they would cease to exist individually, but we would see it as one, under one.
So one district
So it would
is.
be collaborative.
It would be collaborative, that's the way we're looking at it, but it would be, it's not, there's not in the end two distinct, like we're a school district and a school. So we would have, we'd still be a district, but we would have two schools, but they would all be under one name, one number. As far as the state was concerned, we would all be one.
So was there ever any thought or discussion about them not staying owls, but becoming dragons?
That's,
Yeah,
they would come,
That's further down the road.
you could still, they could, I mean, if,
We have
Like-
this culture,
right, exactly,
right?
but I mean, I taught in public schools, I think a lot of people have. I mean, I taught in the Monticello public schools. One elementary school was the Panthers, another one was the Mustangs, but our district was the Magic, right? So sometimes I'm sure Woodbury, each of those schools probably has their own little name. So I mean, you can still be, your high school program can still be the Dragons, and we still would be, if we would keep our identity. But our district, like Dr. Hinton says, you know, our charter school is a district within a district. So we have our own district, Woodbury leadership is a district. They dissolve their number and they become part of our district.
Well, if we would keep our governance,
That
we would
would be
not
some-
merge boards. We
No.
would not be a 50-50 board. We would stay an MSA board. We would take on. we
Well, I
would
mean,
acquire.
one question or one way of looking at it would be, first, perhaps we have to decide, do we want to work together? And then determine the structure after that. Because there are many different types. I mean, a merger is a structure, a partnership is a structure. We could collaborate, we can do many different things, no different than, you know, a co-op program for our athletics. So I think there's a whole group of things of, you know, like Dr. Hinton's just said, you know, if you're a merger, is it a takeover? But there's a whole group of possible options that did not require a takeover, merger, or anything else. Whether that's on the table, I don't know. I think it's kind of lumped together in kind of these conversations. Your original question of how do we keep this moving? Or we don't want to necessarily sit back and not use this time to the best use. And one thought would be, to Dan's point, is we start doing our own, we do our own research and start thinking more about strategy. Strategy about whether merger is even an option, not necessarily with WLA, but just whether that in and of itself is a strategy we want to pursue. And that requires collection of data. As you notice, I mean, even with the data we're collecting here, yeah, half of it was coming from WLA, but most importantly, we needed to learn about ourselves. And that stuff can be done while we wait, right? Because we need to build that anyway. We need to understand the demographics of our students, their needs, where they're coming from. Maybe there's an untapped source of students that all of them are coming from 833, and there's a pocket of Maplewood that's not in 833 but would love us. You know, those are the things that we have to also kind of pull apart. And by developing strategy, then we address, you know, Wendell's comment about, yeah, I mean, that's how we remain neutral, right? You start with a strategy before you pick a group. And then we have that bigger picture, and we're more knowledgeable rather than jumping at an opportunity. And that happens all the time. I mean, an opportunity is fortuitous, and it could have actually worked in a different scenario. It just didn't work here. But now that we know we can educate ourselves and do better for that next time, we have now a whole year to think about being better and understanding strategy and understanding mergers and other partnerships and things we could be doing.
To build on that quick, I think if we end up with our bonding saying we need 1,300 students in order to support the 34 million or what have you, I think it'll be all of our job, right, is to say how many of those students are coming from wait lists or coming from, show us where they're coming from. And that's where in my mind I was going to merger could make sense, because if we have a pool, a steady pool coming in, now WLA or otherwise, but it's a pool of students coming in, I can start to see how that may make sense, because we'll probably exhaust our wait list. I mean, we have a wait list which we're very fortunate to have, which is great, but if we take everyone on the wait list, you know, it's like, where are the next students coming from? So anyways, to your point, I think that piece of it, if we say here's where, you know, wait list can take this much of that 1,300, and then where's the rest of it before we sign the school away, because that's kind of our role as the board, is to be, you know, we're responsible for the financial, fiduciary responsible for the school, so we need to make sure we're setting ourselves up for success. Right?
And just seeing the numbers from, say, Valley Cross, I mean, when you look at that, it just clicks. You go, wow, I wonder why this happens. And it's historical. It's part their students, it's part their locations, part whatever. But if we analyze that, we just have now a checklist of what we should be doing as we continue to expand. Our school might need to look kind of like this, or we're going to be drawing from these students. And this is a perfect blueprint of a group that we ought to be tapping more, you know, or selling ourselves as, because they figured it out. We just didn't realize it.
I also think we need to strategize, look at the pros and cons of working with schools in 833 and outside of 833. There may be resources the resources might be better if we stay in 833, or they might be better elsewhere, and I believe, someone mentioned that like Valley Crossing's a mile from us. So if we approach them, it's geographically, it kind of makes sense. The parents aren't having to, like, kids all over, if they have kids at both schools, they don't have, you know, transportation
But
issues.
With that though too, if we expand, they may not be a mile from us, right?
Well,
We
that's
don't know
true.
that
That's
yet,
true.
right? Which I think once, that's why, let's wait, let's expand and see what answers we have, and then, I mean, proximity may change a little bit.
Yeah, but
That's
these
true.
barriers are real, right? I mean, it's not just the distance, right? Just think about the stores that you shop at. It just seems like it's a big deal to cross 94. Mileage-wise, it's the same as maybe going a little bit further, a different direction, but there's that barrier in our heads that it makes it more difficult. And those are the things we have to kind of soak in, because there are other barriers that we don't even realize exist, or don't understand, or don't exist when we think they do. So.
So we have 10 minutes left, yeah, so can we focus on, like, is there anyone, and DJ, I'm happy to hear your thoughts, but anyone who's really like saying, no, we gotta keep pushing this? DJ, I'll take yours first, and then maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to jump on that one. But I would say this, and getting it back to expansion, as we were processing this information from the third, as well as, just these discussions and seeing the results of the survey, is there a concern that as we're going into expansion, and as we're saying, okay, we're going to get to 1,300 students, and that's doubling in size, and our wait list is, let's say, 60 per grade, 90 per grade, 2 per grade if you're looking at the 9th grade, I think. But you fill those seats in classrooms. Is there a concern that how are you going to fill the rest? How are we going to fill the rest of these seats, right? And so by having partnerships, merger discussions seems to make a lot of sense to me, because that's how you're going to continue to grow and build to that point that we want to get to. But I like the fact that we're putting a pause on it to say, okay, what it makes the most sense, and what are the schools that are already finding this to be the niche that parents want for their students, and then really kind of, to your point, really looking at the marketing of our school to make sure that everybody is aware that this is what we're providing. So,
And by putting a pause, we'll also be starting our enrollment process for next year. So we'll be able to see, okay, of the, how many that come in for 6th grade, if we know we need to have 200 every year coming in the 6th grade for the next 40 years to make our bond payments, right? I mean, it's gonna give us more concrete information. We're gonna know, okay, if we're only getting 180 without a merger, we're gonna be short 20. I mean, it's gonna give us more info, right, as we go forward. And I think that alone, plus also some of the questions we might have from our expansion, because we don't know what that dollar amount's gonna be right now, because we don't know what option we're taking. So I think that's why let's focus on that. And then we know, what is the sticker price we're hitting, right? What are we doing? Now we know how many students that's gonna take to make that payment, and then the finances, that all falls into place. And then we can really look at, can we do that on our own, or does a merger make sense? I mean, all that stuff starts making, it's a little clearer, right?
I guess I have a question, also to you, Mr. Veg. One thing, does the WLA board, do they know that we wanted to kind of put the discussion on the back burner? And also, my very big question was that, I mean, I heard that they're trying to expand to a 9th grade next year. And I mean, we talked about it in our last workshop, that's why they want to know, like, right now, whether if we can merge. So it was almost like, can we merge or can we now? We want to know right now, because if we can, then we're just going to go ahead with our thing. If we wait too long and now we're going to say, okay, we're going to put this on the back burner, let's focus on our expansion, won't it be like even out of the question to try and merge with them at that point? That's my question.
That's a possibility. Because they're losing kids from their middle school. Some come here, some go to other middle schools, right? And their parents want to, they have the space, they can either put that, because they have a building for 1,200 kids, so that they can fill up 1,200 kids K-5, or they could do 1,200 kids K through 12. So they have the facility, they could do their own K-12 and just add 9th grade next year, then the 10th grade the following year. That's their plan. If there's not a merger, they're just gonna start down the process. So that could be a con if we wait too long, that we might lose that opportunity if it's something we need or want. But that's something we have to take into consideration, but that alone shouldn't be why we need to rush through it also. I think we need to be strategic and look forward and get the expansion done and see what our needs are, and then we can revisit. And if it's something that we feel, man, yeah, we gotta do this, then we do that. And yes, we did talk to their director and told her, we're putting a pause on it. She understood. I mean, there may not be, they're probably in a different position than we are with this whole thing, but we need to do what's right for us right now. And that's why we're recommending just to pause for a second. Let's get our bearings, get our expansion going, and recircle the wagons, and then we know what we need to do from there.
I'd also like to bring up the perspective of, in the process of our expansion, we're looking to double our size, correct? Who's to say that their students aren't already on our waiting list? So we double in size, we enroll all their kids anyways. Something to consider.
Well, and then we might get, I don't know if we have data where all our kids are coming from on the wait list until they are registered.
Yeah, we can't ask that until they're accepted. So I was like, hey, where are we at with our kids on the waiting list? What school? We can't ask them until they get accepted, and then we can get more details, what school they're coming from and all that. So unfortunately, we don't have that.
So we may end up getting yeah, you're right, we may end up getting their students without actually having to do an official
But
merger.
then that leaves them to dry, having to catch up on their K-5 enrollments. I'm not saying that I'm in favor of this, but I am in favor of tabling at this time, because there's a lot of information that we don't know yet, but we need to know. And I think that there are resources out there that we haven't yet approached, and that is with the Minnesota School Board Association, that's with the Minnesota Charters Association. There are resources out there that I don't think we've approached when it comes to helping and assisting with a merger like this.
We actually, this charter division of MDE does have a whole process, and we looked at that right away at the beginning. There's a criteria, there's a set what you do and what you do, so. Yeah.
But can they
Yeah.
send somebody in just to walk us through this process? And
There's a grant that we could apply for. We didn't apply for it last year because we didn't think we were expanding grade level. And it's worth about $750,000 over 2 years that we qualify for high quality. So we can apply for that and help fund bringing in people. If that's something we're
Well, and I think the executive director for Max, that'd be a perfect question to ask him. It's like, who do you know has merged recently, and what would you be looking for, and, what's your gut feel? Because they've been around for a while, and I think the exec is certainly familiar with our school, their school, and every other school in the Twin Cities. So that would be a great question.
It might be good to interview them, what pitfalls do they not anticipate that they ran into too, that they can help educate us on
Or
too.
positives.
And the positives.
something else to think about too with expansion is we're gonna see these growing pains. We're gonna see our ratings drop if we double our enrollment because we're opening the door to another wave of students. And that's gonna come back to us as teachers because we're gonna have to adapt to the many learning styles that are now coming into our school. So, and think about it, our rating is based on discrimination. That's the whole investigation. If you've read the report, our rating is based on discrimination, on the fact that teachers were discriminating against students with disabilities to ensure that they only had select students coming into their classroom.
I guess I would say, so I think you bring up a good point on ratings. I think ratings is one of the reasons why, we have a wait list, right? So I would say, I think anticipating the fact that we may have some pressure on ratings with an expansion, 100% agree. But I would say we need to kind of meet that, right? Because otherwise the wait list is going to go away. If we're no longer 1 and we're number 50 or a middling school, why sign up for our school? So I would say, yes, you're right, we have to be conscious of that, but I wouldn't right away say it's gonna go down. We gotta see what we can do to keep it. You can't go higher than 1, but keep it up at 1 as
Yeah.
high, you know, right? So-
No, and that's why I love that we're tabling this, because we have the opportunity now to focus on keeping our school number 1. What's gonna keep us there? What's gonna help us grow and make us continue to be number 1? And then I think that's through putting a focus on our high school students. High school students, not when it comes to bonding, but bring in the most money for us. So we are providing classes more in our science, like we talked about, like Kate brought forward last year, and bringing more college in our classroom classes, so students can leave our school with college credit without having to go PSEO. Those are great areas to focus on for them.
I have, thanks. I have 6 o'clock on my watch, which was our time for this discussion, but thanks. I guess if I were to summarize, thanks for the recommendation. Seems like that makes sense to the board as well. I'm not hearing anyone saying otherwise, so I guess right now, fantastic school. We wish WLA all the continued success in any way that we can partner together with them. But for now, for MSA's timing and needs, it doesn't quite align the same as the needs that WLA has to make a decision on 9th grade, which was brought up. So that's why we've kind of split those things apart and said we need a little extra time to support our school. So thanks for the good discussion, everyone. We're going to take a break at getting to 6:01 now. Amanda, can you? So, Manny, we live?
Yes.
All right, welcome everyone to the Math and Science Academy October 17th, 2022 school board meeting. I'm Dan Ellingson. We have brand new microphones tonight thanks to our IT team and Wendell. So hopefully those watching remotely can hear us better. But any feedback, please send them my way or to the schools. Hopefully it's an improvement over the single mic that we've been using lately. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll say 6:15. And Noah, can you read the mission and vision for us, please?
Yeah. The vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. The mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects, with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you, Joseph. And we'll do roll. Noah, sorry, Noah. Thank you. We will do roll call vote. So Dan Ellingson here, Cody Schneep.
Here.
DJ is absent tonight, but did make the workshop. Maggie Burgraff.
Here.
Jeff Eng.
Here.
Patel.
Here.
Jennifer Bartle.
Here.
Wendell Sletton.
Here.
Teresa Ward.
Here.
And then our student members, Joseph.
Here.
Ayudu and Noah.
Here.
Thank you. So we have 8 of 9, so we do have quorum to continue the meeting tonight. Item number 4 on our agenda is approval of the agenda conflict of interest. So does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare tonight?
There's one.
Open forum.
That's all, he said,
I'm sorry, look at it, no, I guess it's good. Just, I'm sorry, someone signed in or what?
We do have one open forum. Okay, great. So no conflicts. Then I would like to make a motion to approve our agenda for tonight.
I will second.
So did we miss anything? Anything need to be changed?
So on the agenda, we had put, or I had asked to put something for discussion and decision having to do with the merger. We've already discussed it. Do we need a vote on anything or further discussion? Otherwise, I'm not sure there's anything that needs to be on those items that we could vote on.
Good point. We put them there in case we needed more time to discuss. We had the 1 hour at the workshop. I'm okay to leave them because not everyone maybe caught the workshop, so we can just do a real quick summary of what we discussed there. And
Do we have to make a motion to table it?
well, I'm saying we can leave them on there.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
No, but for the
Oh.
vote is what you're saying, or
No,
able.
he's talking about not voting, not tabling on the agenda, actually voting to
Because
table
it's
the
under
merger.
decision as well.
But I don't know
The
if we
whole
really
agenda's under
even
decision.
started the process. so
Well,
there's really
yeah,
nothing
but
to
the,
do.
under 16B, the merger's there for voting, so don't we need to, are we just tabling that, or are we just removing it from the, is that what you're asking?
Mm.
Well,
Yeah, do we have to make a motion to table the merger?
I mean, we can discuss that. I put these as a placeholder, by the way, because
Yes, no.
this is like 2
yeah,
weeks
yeah,
ago
yeah,
and
yeah,
we
yeah.
didn't know how this was going, so.
I mean, if it's not any, because I don't think we need to vote, because the decision was on the process, and we're not doing that. I think we can remove it from the agenda.
I think.
We can have the discussion part,
Just a recap of the discussion.
yeah, recap of the discussion, but I think we can remove 16B.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Any other agenda items change? Okay, so then I can amend mine saying I will make a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of 16B.
And I will second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Motion passes 8 of the 9 with 1 abstention. I'm just going to well, I'll edit it later. So remind me 16B is out, okay? Then we are on to monthly celebrations. So this month we are celebrating our parking lot attendants and lunchroom monitors.
And yes, so we want to recognize some of them weren't able to attend. We have some students, some of them have volleyball games, but we wanted to recognize all those that kind of fill in and help out with lunchroom monitoring, parking lot attendance, and They make our jobs a lot easier because we're able to focus on what we need to do in the morning or at lunch, and they're able to keep our kids safe. So we want to recognize all of them. I know there's a few here, Julie, Caroline, Kevin. Kevin, if you see Kevin in the morning, he's the one who's in all the yellow, running around, and you see him, right? So make sure, just let him know thank you, because he does a lot of things. And then we have Amy, Manasa, Jeremiah, Manu, Elsa, Sharam. I think that's everybody that's helping out. A lot of them are students, so have challenges getting here for the evening. But we want to recognize all those people that make our life easier, so keeping everybody safe.
Great, can we have them
Yeah.
come forward? And-
Sure.
Okay.
Come on, thank you.
Representing the
Yeah, if you're comfortable, we can take hands or fist bump or whatever you want. And then we'll take a photo here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we do a photo here? Maybe?
Oh, here.
I've got microphones, but.
Teresa and Maggie, you guys gotta move to the side a little bit.
Sure. We need to shrink a little bit.
There we go, Cody's going. The hole in the back. Oh, come on, Noah, go line up.
Which one?
See you next to Mr. A. It'll be good. Oh, all right.
There we go.
I know,
There, okay.
All right, thank you very much. All right, well, next on our agenda is item 6. We have Nick Hagan from Piper Sandler to help take us through some bonding. And Nick, why don't we get you a seat sitting up here, because the camera's here.
Want me to sit over there?
Yeah, let's I don't know, we'll get you one.
I know,
Oh, yeah.
I think Randy put this.
I shared this today with some of you, but first, stuff. You have to pass it around.
Ready to go, Nick?
So, there's a lot of information in the book that I just passed out, and what was provided, unfortunately not until this morning, but my intent isn't to necessarily go through it all, unless you guys want me to go through it all. The intent of the information is it's there to help answer questions if there are some. And so, you know, the beginning part here of this handout is really just an introduction to Piper Sandler and our charter school expertise, experience in working with schools in Minnesota and around the country to underwrite financings for them. It's the elevator speech. I can give it if you want. But we work with a lot of charter schools in Minnesota for a long time and do deals exclusively for charters in Minnesota and throughout the country. So me and my team, that's all we do is charter school finance. I don't focus on anything else. If you want me to go through it, I can, or we can jump forward to, you know, what I think is more important, which is
tab 2. 2 and 3, I think, are the, most important things to discuss today, which is the existing debt, and then kind of the options, or ideas for going forward with another new financing. So, unless there's questions before I jump into that piece, I'll jump in. So your existing debt, you recently refinanced that in 2020. Great time in the market, extremely low interest rates. And that debt, is about, rounding about 8.2, 8.3 million outstanding. The ability to refinance or pay off that debt isn't there until 2025. That being said, the things with a lot of investors in the marketplace we're working, they would definitely consider or be willing to be paid off early, given where they could reinvest that money at current rates. So the fact that that debt right now is not prepayable, I don't think is a huge hurdle to what you guys might be thinking going forward. Because I do know the majority of those investors, and I don't think that they're going to be too opposed to being paid off. And more than likely, they'd like to be paid off and then potentially invest in your new vehicle.
Is there a scenario where they could force us to pay it off earlier than we anticipated, so that they would be able to use that money for a greater interest rate or investment on their part?
They can't force you to pay anything off.
Okay.
So the only, and this comes down to what I know and some assumptions I'm making, which is certainly not what all of you know. Maybe I should start there, or should have started there. This is kind of put together with the idea of you want to look at a new site where the campus is a single site, getting rid of the 2 existing sites that 2 facilities you own, 2 other leased facilities. There's nothing they can do to make you pay it off unless you default, right? So, which would mean, you run below 1.0 coverage, or actually stop making payments.
Oh, sorry, Corey, go ahead.
Those bond covenants that I talked about, or that are in our finance report, that's a big part of it, right? If we drop below those numbers, then they can call the bonds, or they can start the process.
Yes, so you have your bond covenants. So you have a liquidity covenant that says you have to have a certain amount of days cash on hand. If you don't make that liquidity covenant, that cannot be deemed an event of default. That can be deemed to be, oh, you didn't meet this covenant, they can require you to get an independent consultant. Same thing with your debt service coverage covenant. If you don't meet the coverage covenant, you could even have an independent consultant. The only time they actually have the ability to require a hardened event of default is if you're below a 1.0 coverage. In my experience, these investors they're not real estate investors, right? They're investing in schools. They want the long-term tax-exempt income that comes from paying the bonds. In extreme cases, they will declare an event of default in that situation, but not for a school like yours that's operating, that has, a full school, wait list, academics, not charter issues. So they wouldn't normally express that ability to force a payoff.
Can you speak to this as BBB minus rating? Like, how is that given to us? Is there any opportunity to get better rating, or is this as good as we can do?
Okay, yeah, BBB minus. So I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I did look at the rating report. I believe right now you guys are BBB minus with a negative outlook, based on the most recent S&P review. When we're talking about charter schools and ratings, triple B minus is about as high as they go. I can think of off the top of my head, a dozen or so charter school networks in the whole country that are triple B. So that's, and then
That's one level higher.
that's one level higher, right? And for the most part, those are either larger networks with multiple schools. So I work with a network in LA, they've got 24 schools, 15,000 kids, they're triple B.
So that's what we would have to do to get it up to a
To get
B,
it to-
Dan.
I mean,
24.
But there are a few single site operated schools that are triple B, but their financials, when you look at like liquidity, days cash on hand, it's like 200 days cash. You guys are, you'd have to put a lot more money on your balance sheet and show a lot more coverage. I'm not sure it's advantageous to do that, financially. So it's,
What is the impact of the interest rate that we can get difference between, not specific?
triple B and triple B minus, it's nominal.
Okay,
25 basis points, maybe.
okay.
I don't, based on what I've seen from your financials, that's not a step you can take quickly. And most schools don't get to that point because of the fact that you need that much money. Not a lot of schools want to keep that kind of money on their balance sheet.
We're at,
Right? You want to put it back into programs, and so is it worth the slightly better interest rate to be carrying that kind of cash?
we're at 135 days right now.
Right, and that's,
You're absolutely right. We could cut back on all our spending and then the money should be spent on our kids, not being saved on our balance sheet.
triple B is it's a high bar, and more often than not, it's the larger networks with a lot of schools. There's, like I said, there's the outlier, one or two schools in the country that are single site, operating schools that are triple B, but their financials are, most schools are extremely conservative. So, with respect to S&P, yes, we'd be looking at rating and rating implications of the proposed deal. Even triple B minus is not the norm for a lot of charter schools. So, that's where you're at right now. Does that necessarily mean that's where we'll be at if we're talking about a bigger deal with an expansion? Maybe, maybe not. But the other thing I wanted to point out with the existing debt is it is not currently callable, like I said. That being said, obviously the rates are much higher right now. Investors can take those proceeds. We can go to investors, talk to them, see if they're willing to just get paid off, and they can take those proceeds and invest in something similar at a much higher rate.
So it says here it'd be at 102.5% at the end of 2025. What do you think it would be now?
If we were valuing these bonds in the market right now, the price is below par. Investors aren't going to take below par, but they might take par. They might take, and this is where the discussion will go, is like, we're talking about, you guys have some of the biggest charter school investors in the country. Naveen, who has a Minnesota fund, has an office in Minneapolis. They are the largest charter school investor in the country. They own a lot of your bonds. More likely than not, we go to them and say, hey, we want to pay you off. We can work out a deal with them where it's not 102.5, it's not 2025, it's now. And it's at par, but then they're going to say, okay, we want to buy the new bonds, right? Pay us off, buy the new bonds, higher rate. For them, they get the same credit, better rate. So the plan of finance, section 3, just the general assumptions, and everything here is, very preliminary. we can adjust and run scenarios based on adjusting any of this stuff. You know, we're assuming a closing in March of 2023, could happen sooner, could take longer. Really kind of depends on your process internally with, you know, the various hurdles that will need to come in order to look at a brand new site with a new building. We did assume a BB plus rating as far as interest rates go instead of your current BBB minus rating for two reasons. One, you're already on negative outlook. I think partially due to the most recent debt service coverage. Charter school medians have been going up at S&P, so a lot of the schools, I mean, when you guys were originally rated BBB minus, they weren't rating a lot of schools BBB minus. As more and more schools get rated that, and as things go by, those medians, the days cash on hand, the debt service coverage, those medians go higher. I can show those to you guys and share them with you what those medians are. I would say your medians are closer to BB plus right now than BBB minus, which is I think the reason for the negative outlook. But also, if we're looking at taking on that much more debt, even though a lot of those kids will be coming in from the wait list to grow, you're still looking at leverage ratios to current audited financials that are going to be somewhat high. So we assume, I think conservatively, a BB plus. We're capitalizing interest for a period of time. Again, some of this would have to be worked through with how long it's going to take to build the facility, when can you move in. Obviously, you don't want to be paying for debt on the new bonds while still in your existing facilities. I think we've been conservative there. Typically, the way we do these deals is capitalize interest during construction. I have that effect on a lot of things.
Did the projector? Did the bulb?
Yeah, the bulb burned.
Okay.
We can finance that.
Say, Amanda, is it, still see it streaming? All right, then we can't see it here, but as long as it's online. Sorry.
No problem. I mean, when we're working on a financing, we will work with the school to kind of make that financing fit their needs. So however long we capitalize should mirror the point of time that you're in your existing facilities before you move to the new facility. And then we would also, you know, kind of do interest only and ramp up that new payment to match your expected growth. So we don't just go from like no payment on those new facilities to a full amortization. So we modeled it based on the information that Bergen KDV has given us and projections on how that enrollment increase is expected, and trying to kind of mirror that ramp up of enrollment.
Joseph, that's the question you asked earlier.
And really the idea, especially in Minnesota, is lease aid, right? I mean, so we want to make sure we're maximizing lease aid, but not, you know, being significantly above max lease aid when we're kind of running these growth periods for schools.
So Nick, do you want to explain, I think for some of the board, what that means as far as lease aid with the bond payments and how that all works out? I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So in Minnesota, all charter schools get lease aid. And so basically what lease aid is either 13, 14 per pupil unit, is that right? 13, 14 per pupil unit approximately, or 90% of the lease, the lesser of. So if you take 90% of the 13, 14, you know, that gives you, okay, based on your pupil unit expectations, we mirror that to say, okay, we're going to make the debt service of the deal be equal to max lease aid, meaning 90% of it is paid by state from lease aid, 10% is paid by the school. The school always has to pay 10%, right? So even if it was $750 per pupil unit, you still pay 10%. So you want to kind of maximize those numbers. And so that's what we're trying to do with max lease aid, is making sure that you're not leaving any state dollars on the table, but also not having a payment that is significantly more than the 10% that needs to come out of your general fund.
So 10% will always come out of our general fund?
10% has to come out of your general fund.
Okay.
The lease, the school has to pay, I mean, it's the lesser of, right? So whatever the lease is, MDE, the state will only pay you 90% of that.
So in our,
And it won't exceed 13, 14 per.
So if we don't have enough students, then we have to come up with more than 10%?
Yes.
Does the 10%, some of it, does it come from federal? Or,
It comes from the money we get from
It
all
comes
the
from
students.
your general revenues.
not state aid?
It could from general state aid.
Okay, where else do we get money?
I mean, most federal money tends to be restricted to
Okay.
certain programs. So I would say typically is gonna come from your general state revenues.
Okay.
so in our current calculation, 10% is in the ballpark of what? How much per month? I mean, like tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands,
So
or
you're
what?
saying 10%?
Of what you're currently
Yeah,
paying,
just,
or what would
yeah,
be?
even current, I mean,
$130 a student, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
130 a
130
student.
student
Okay.
times how many we have.
So times 600,
Yeah, so
so it's,
13, 14. So 14, 16. So $146.
say that again, 100,
$146 per pupil unit,
per month,
per year.
per year.
Per
Okay.
year.
So 90,000 for us per year.
So let's just say 100,000 is 10% of our current. Okay.
Is there, and I know they're different markets, but when you do, I guess one of the things we're anxious about is the interest rate, right? I mean, so we're up against increasing interest rates. Is there any other product short of fixed, interest rate? Like, do you have the adjustable rate mortgages when you buy a house? Is there anything more speculative? I'm not saying we're going that route, I'm just curious, because if we do now expand with double the interest rate we had, let's say, last year, it's more expensive for us to do anything, right? I mean, and then 5 years later, let's say the interest rate settle back down again, we will have a building with expensive, then we will be not in a position to go back to the investors and sell the bonds, because it'll be worth less what we want to change it for.
There are options to consider. We have been doing some deals as of late in this interest rate environment where they're 10-year deals that balloon, they're 30-year amortizations. That way the interest rate's a little bit lower. I think it really comes down, like, I think that's something, that's a card you want in your back pocket. To me, I don't want to put everything on the table right now. Interest rates are up a lot from where they were a year ago. Interest rates now, though, are not historically high. They're high compared to a year ago. So, when we look at a year ago, they're high. Is it ever going to go back to there? I don't know. I mean, we did a deal with Nova Classical in 2010. They were triple minus rated. We got 6%, and we were ecstatic with that rate. You guys are better than that still right now today. I'm just saying it comes down to kind of the market that you're in. We're coming out of a ridiculously low interest rate environment. Is it going to go back there? I don't know. We can certainly, I think one of the things that we do is that we're always looking at options to make sure that we're structuring the financing to make sense for you, whether it be looking at a 10-year deal, a 35-year deal, a 40-year deal, a 30. We can look at varying differences. You don't need to make that choice until you're ready to price. Until we're a month from closing, right? So.
But the only problem is it does have a lot to do with how much building we can afford, right? And how much
Yep.
they can construction
Yep.
companies and the land that we buy.
So-
that- It's all kind of related, right?
It's all related, so interest rates are going up because of what the Fed's doing, right? So what's happening is the Fed is increasing short-term rates really quickly. So what's happening to the yield curve, where it's typically, like this, it's more like this right now. So the difference between like a 10-year rate right now and a 30-year rate is only about 0.5%. So is it better? Yes. Is it worth it? I mean, that's not my call. So we can look at those scenarios, we can discuss different scenarios. I think the thing, to me, that's better potentially about the 10-year deal is that you can get more optionality sooner. So we could do a 10-year deal that's gonna balloon, you're probably gonna save, 50 to 75 basis points on the rate, but maybe you're gonna get a 5-year prepayment option. And that's really then, a market play of, we think interest rates are gonna get better. To me, I think with a lot of the schools I work with, I wanna make sure that this deal will work for them long-term, but then provide optionality if the market gets better and they can get a better situation.
Because if we do a 10-year deal, we're basically gonna be at the mercy of what the rates are in 10 years.
Right.
If they're
Well-
great, we come out ahead. If they're not, we're.
In this scenario, you would have, between 5 and 10, you would have a 5-year window to refinance that.
And is there talk about lease aid ever, the state increasing lease aid much, or is that pretty much? Okay.
No.
Didn't think so, but.
Good question.
So this number, this 2394 at the bottom, max lease and expense base.
Mhm.
And that equates to 26 million over here. Is that how much we're spending? Is that how much we can budget for a new building, or?
Yes, so we've run a couple of different scenarios.
Okay.
And what we've done is try to show you max lease aid, which is 2394.4, based on the projected pupil units that we've seen, for 35 or 40 years. So if you're looking at max lease aid for 35 years, the project budget is approximately 27 million. If we're looking at a 40-year deal, we're looking at approximately 28.2 million. What we've done above and beyond that is saying, if that isn't sufficient, if you were willing to pay approximately 400,000 a year above max lease aid, that's where you'd get to the 32 or the 34 million.
Or 450.
Now, it's not stated here, but I want to be extremely clear that this assumes that we can pay off your existing bonds with the sale of these two sites, A and B. I'm not a real estate broker, but, I mean, you guys have been in A for a very, 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 very long time.
23?
Yeah. I was there in like 2012 or something.
I was there in 2001.
Right. So, and this one was built in 2013. So, I mean, you're right on, I mean, I presume there's interest, but I mean, I think that's one of the things I wanted to be clear about at the meeting tonight is that, one of the hurdles isn't only just finding a spot where you guys want to build and being able to build what you want to build for this number. You also need to sell these facilities, and can we sell them for 8.3 million?
What if we stay? Is that a different calculation?
If you stay, it's a different calculation, right? So
Then we didn't sell them.
then you didn't sell them. And if you stay,
How much do we have?
but you want to expand your
Yeah.
enrollment, we can quickly run those numbers.
Oh, okay.
And then the question is that then acquiring the other two facilities that you're leasing, add in those leases, whatever construction costs, I mean, that's something we can easily and quickly run.
this might be a question for Randy, so if we don't use this facility for our purposes, for MSA, are we obligated to sell it?
Yes.
Or,
We'd have to, or else.
No, I mean,
Well,
aside from the financial implications, are we obligated to sell this? Like, we couldn't lease it to another school, right? So that's out of the question, I believe.
Release.
I don't think we can.
I think so like our affiliated building company,
Yeah, can they lease
they're
it to
affiliated
another
to
school?
us. So-
I don't think we can lease to another organization.
I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because I could contemplate another school that doesn't want to go through all this because they can't afford it, but they can make the lease payments. They just don't have all the bond, they don't want to go through bonding that we could lease to, but through our ABC.
I remember going through this Eagle Ridge.
Yeah,
I don't.
Don't.
believe
That
so.
wasn't contemplated at Eagle Ridge. I mean, that's a question for council, and it comes down to your ABC's filing for their 501c3 and what the scope of their mission was.
Yeah.
My guess is their scope, because it's easiest to get the 501c3 approved, for that scope to be narrow, which is to support MSA. Certainly, there are 501c3s that could own this facility and lease it to another charter school. You know, I mean, I think that's one of the things that needs to be discussed, is what is the, you know. And Randy's got experience with this. I mean, Eagle Ridge did something similar where they had a site that they had bond financed, that they were going to leave, you know, buy a new site, redevelop, and move, and ultimately they sold that other site. So it's been done. This isn't groundbreaking, but it's not that typical.
But I don't think we can do it as is. We'd have to just restructure some things, and that might.
Well, you might have a developer come in and say, I mean, again, you got a great location. Right, you may have a developer come in and decide that they're gonna repurpose it, and, you know, what is it worth? I know you guys have hired a broker. I mean, some of those conversations would be, if we decide to go this route, what are these facilities worth? You wouldn't necessarily have to sell it to another charter school. There may be abilities to repurpose them. You know, that really is subject to developers and the realtors. In Eagle Ridge's case, they did sell it to another charter school, but I don't think that that's necessarily a requirement. I mean, they sold to another school that was not going to be competing with them at all. But
If no one else has another question, I'd like to actually shift to timing in terms of when you close on the bond, where does it come in the process of our construction and or planning? Like, do we close on the bond before we break ground?
yes.
Okay. Like how much before? Or is that very much tied to that event? Or what event is it tied to?
But they should be tied to the same, right? I mean, the ideal situation is we close on financing, we've got real estate, we've got the ability to, you know, the building permits aren't necessarily pulled because you want to pay for them, you don't want to necessarily be out of pocket, but they're ready to be pulled and you're ready to break ground. That's ideal. Could you close on the property a while before breaking ground? You
Would make
could, but
sense.
that's not efficient.
Yeah, because like you said, you're already trying to negotiate not making any payments until we actually occupy.
Right.
But that would just extend it.
Closing during construction is difficult for a number of title reasons. It puts the school at risks that I wouldn't
Well, right,
necessarily
because
be
if they
comfortable with.
deny us the bond, then we're done.
Right. Right.
But like I said, we do need to know the number. We need to know what number we can
Yeah.
build to.
So if we close, does that mean we don't need a separate construction loan because we can draw from the funds immediately?
Exactly.
Okay.
This is a fully funded construction draw, so we close, the proceeds go into a fund with the trustee, draw them down as the construction goes. Yeah.
What happens if we start building then and discover things are more expensive? Because we're already, that's our final, we have our final draw, so we can't
Right.
just ask for more money.
So all the deals we do like this, we require a guaranteed maximum price contractor. Guaranteed maximum price contract from a reputable contractor to say, this is the number. You know, more often than not, I would say those are not, that GMP number is not based on, you know, a full set of plans. So they're kind of a build to suit, if you will, like you guys decide to make changes, you may have to make some changes up. You know, you have a budget, you work with the contractor to keep that budget. They are on the hook for that budget. So that's one of the keys to doing that. I mean, that's a risk we're trying to alleviate for the school and the investors, that's not gonna happen. I've only had one school in Minnesota where they went way over, and they did it on purpose, and then just came out of their general fund. But they knew they were, I mean, they,
If we felt we could afford it with our general fund,
you could do it.
we could do it, but, okay. Not something I want to explore.
No, I mean, they made changes like from regular flooring to travertine. I mean, they just made some expensive.
What's the earliest you can refinance it? Like, let's say we go through with one of these options and 5 years down the road, interest rates go back to how low they were.
I would say right now, 5 years is probably the earliest we're gonna get. You know, interest rates have come up, obviously. Interest rates are higher, those investors wanna lock in those rates for as long as they can. When interest rates are low, they don't mind having early prepayment ability, because more often than not, they're just saying, well, we can reinvest in something similar. So, I would say 5 years. You know, we can work, you know, there's a price to that option, right? So, could we do it sooner? Could we do a 3-year option? Maybe, but then you're gonna pay an interest rate. And those are some of the scenarios we could run for you and say, is that valuable?
It's, yeah, we could probably refinance at any time, but the extra fees we pay aren't gonna offset the,
Right.
unless we're going from like 6% to 1%.
Right. No, I mean, it's, these investors, they're investing for the long haul. They want the long-term, you know, relationship, they want the long-term income. They understand that schools need the ability to refinance. If you want the ability to refinance sooner, there's gonna be a price to that. And then if you don't refinance that soon, because the market isn't better, then, you know, then you're paying extra for that option. So.
I think I gotta be mindful of time. Is there anything you wanna help, any last thing you wanna share, or maybe any last questions from the board? Are we did get this electronically, are we able to distribute it to our?
Yep.
Okay.
You can distribute to anybody.
To the board.
No, I mean, I think this is just the primer. You know, I included the bonds 101 piece. And this is something that we regularly present to boards of how the process works. I mean, MSA as an organization has been through this a few times. I'm not sure, you know, what everybody's experience is with it. We work with schools. Almost every school we work with has not done this before. So we want to have a transparent process and make sure that everybody understands how the process works. You know, what I would say is you can work with Randy as you guys are considering different options, whether it be keeping these 2 sites and figuring out if you want to expand in this location, or, you know, what. Again, you guys aren't Eagle Ridge Academy, but we went through a lot of these, I mean, they looked at keeping the site they had and having a second site, and, you know, middle school, I mean, they did a lot of different things. We ran all kinds of scenarios. We can run all that stuff and look how the economics work, and, you know, but we're here to just help to be a resource as you work through this process.
So two more questions. So your fee is, comes out at closing, it's a percentage of? Is that
Mhm.
is? Okay. What is that percentage?
I think on this deal,
I hope it's not going up as we decide here.
no, I mean, it's typically, depends on the size of the deal. I would say here it's between 1.25% and 1.5%. You know, given the size, depending on what you do, right? If you're gonna keep your existing debt and do just an additional bonds deal, it's probably at 1.5%. If it's, you're gonna sell this and do the bigger deal, it's probably 1. Which is all contingent, right? So we don't get paid anything unless we get a deal done.
And the other question would be, when do we look to hire bond counsel? Like now? Or can we wait, or when is that time?
I would sooner than later.
What was the question, Jeff?
Oh,
Bond
when
counsel.
we should be looking to hire bond counsel?
Bond counsel.
So, I mean, I think the one thing, you know, I would like to get engaged, obviously, to continue our work on it, knowing that we don't get paid anything unless we get a deal done. The next would be to hire bond counsel, mainly because there is a lot of tax questions within some of these things we're discussing. The sale of property, paying out bonds, different things like that I'd like to run through bond counsel. I can't run it through anybody unless I'm hired. And nobody's gonna respond to me unless they're hired. So I can tell you, I know who bond counsel should and would likely be. And I can tell you they're very resourceful in figuring out how to do difficult stuff. But I can't really have a conversation. And again, I mean, I can't put this in writing for them, but my guess is they're gonna be willing to work on a contingent basis.
Contingent on the bond side.
On the bonds closing.
I didn't know they could do that.
Your counsel, which would be borrower's counsel, might be different.
That's what I was wondering, because generally you have to pay, fee basis, yeah, okay.
Yep, so of the people involved in one of these sheets in the, everybody's got a counsel. I have a counsel. Bond holders have a counsel, which is bond counsels, they get a tax opinion. Borrower, in Minnesota, it's typically borrowers and school counsel. Is, you know, that's the one that they're gonna get paid, you know, on an hourly basis.
Right.
There's a couple of them that will work more contingent. And I can't recall off the top of my head who was your counsel most recently, but there's only 2 or 3 that I would think you would consider.
All right, thank you very much for coming in and short notice. Appreciate the background and appreciate your flexibility in helping us get the best deal for our money here.
It's, I mean, the last thing I'd say is, I mean, obviously, your schools, I mean, the results that you guys are getting are phenomenal. So from a perspective of just investors' interest, the charter school market in general, none of that stuff is, you know, with other schools, I'd be talking more about diligence and what I might need to do to figure out some of these things. None of that stuff is an issue for me here. I'm not concerned about whether you can grow. I'm not concerned about whether your authorizer is going to have an issue with it. My thing is
She's
like,
right there if you want to have.
I'm just saying, we work with a lot of schools. We work with a lot of schools where we have to say, well, let's talk about, you know, none of that's going on here. It's really about, you know, you guys are doing a great thing, and would love to work with you guys on a potential expansion if that's the route you decide to go.
Can we ask, since it's on the table, or we tabled it, the sense of a merger, what are things that we should be looking for in our bonding when it comes to merging with another school? Or if you could bring that to Dan later or something. some things we should be thinking about.
I would say that there's certain things we can put in the documents that would allow for a merger in the future. There's certain things that are already in the documents that allow for a merger. That being said, if, said school already has an existing bond deal, which I think they do, the time to do that might be in conjunction with an expansion or a new financing instead of trying to do it after. I think we could set it up either way.
Are we allowed to have two different, if we merge, are we allowed to have each, keep the two different bonds separate?
Mhm. I mean, I think that's part of the discussion, right? I think that's why it makes a lot of sense to look at it in conjunction of how is the most efficient way to work, have that work, whether it be separate. I think for the most part, the way these deals are structured is that the lease aid from that particular facility is pledged to those bonds. So they can be separate or should be separate. But I think there's not been a lot of this in Minnesota where you've got multiple sites under one organization. So I can think of one, but it wasn't a merger. It's just, Spectrum High School in Elk River, they've just done multiple sites as they've grown multiple facilities in the same area. Besides that, and we did career pathway or venture last year or earlier this year. It's not that common.
Okay.
So I think it's something that we should discuss and you should think about. But if you were going to merge with another entity that has existing bonds, you're probably going to have to interact with those existing bondholders from that school. And the time to do that would likely be at the time that you're interacting with what are likely the same bondholders on your current bonds and the same prospective bondholders that would buy the new bonds. Might just make things a little bit easier. That being said, we could certainly build it in to have the flexibility and optionality to merge. But there would have to be some disclosure as to any of those discussions that might be going on. Meaning we wouldn't want to go sell bonds saying this is the deal, and then 6 months later call up those new bondholders and say we're going to merge, and they're going to say, why didn't you tell us about this 6 months ago? So.
All right. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. And yeah, I'm always available to come back, talk, have Randy, ask questions or whatever. We can run new scenarios, whether it be, existing facilities. Whatever.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to move us to open forum. So far I have one name on the list. If anyone else who didn't sign up wants to do it. So I have Mary Yep on policy 510. Mary, would you be comfortable to come up here? And just a reminder, if you keep it to 5 minutes or so.
Good evening, and thank you, Board of Directors, for everything you do in administration for our school. I'm coming because I have a concern about the policy 510 revocation that's on the agenda for tonight. I pulled up the agenda last Friday. This policy and this piece of the agenda was not available until after 2:30 today. So if I'm incorrect, please forgive me, but it looks like a vote is being asked for tonight for this to be rescinded. I'm also coming to you as a professional that has 9.5 years of working in a post-secondary academic Division I NCAA athletic compliance department. And I want to bring some light to this discussion. In the last several weeks, we have heard that high school is a time for students to get ready to transition onto what they're going to do next. I want to let you know that coaches at a collegiate level, whether it's Division I or Division III, get weekly reports on how their student athletes are doing. And I'm curious right now if the October 1st report, as our current policy stands, has even been run. It is up to the coach's discretion on how they wish to proceed. For example, benching a student athlete for a game, a week, until satisfactory progress is made, extra running time, extra tutoring time, or extra monitored study time. And yes, I have seen each of these happen to athletes. It is a lesson for these young people in accountability. And they know it. Those athletes know that with great promise becomes great responsibility. Colleges and universities have academic probation that can and does affect students at various points during a semester, not just at semester end. I am saying that we need to maybe look at how our current policy is written, but I don't think we need to only give feedback and support and require accountability at the end of a semester when final grades are due. What happens to the 4-person track team, the 4-person relay track team, who has made it to state, and potentially one of those runners is deemed ineligible? Perhaps as close to it as a day or two before the state meet. Because that could happen with how this proposal is written. You're then taking 3 other athletes out because of the actions of one. Versus if they were sidelined earlier in the semester, earlier in the season, and gotten the help that they needed, they might be able to still participate, all 4 of them. And to me, that's more inclusive, that's more fair, and that is more in line with what happens in a collegiate level. I am in favor of keeping the policy as it is and as it stands for right now. This is what our parents signed off on in the activities handbook and in the student handbook this summer, and this is what the students know to be happening. But I do think we need to do better. I think we need to do better, and we need to provide opportunities for coaches to know where their students are at, where their student athletes are at during the semester. And I think we need to provide structured abilities, whether that's a plan that they come in one day a week before school or after school to get their grades caught up or not. I, as a parent, my son has to answer to his grades, and he needs to know what is happening. I know that during the season it's really hard. It's during his season right now for the fall musical. But we need to be able to teach our kids in a supportive environment how to balance their time and how to balance their energies so that they can succeed, both on the court and in the classroom. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8 on our agenda tonight is approval of minutes. So we have listed down 2 separate ones. Can we get a motion to approve our minutes? We can approve.
I'll motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Second? Heddle, second? Okay. Any discussion on our minutes?
My name is spelled wrong.
Oh, a couple of times, okay.
That's the only thing I wanted to bring up.
So,
In the main minutes?
They put one L instead of two.
yeah, should be listening, so we'll double check the spelling of Wendell's name, so let's, are you okay with?
I'll motion to approve the minutes with, or amend my motion with the updating to a correct spelling of names.
Okay, good. Heddle, you okay
I want to
with
make
that?
sure it's correct.
Heddle, are you okay
Yes,
with that?
I'll
Okay.
second that.
You okay to spell Wendell's name correctly? Good, any further discussion?
Well, I
Yeah.
think the special workshop notes.
Yeah,
I mean, usually when I did the notes last year, it listed who was present. I mean, it kind of,
they're sparse.
like what time, where was it, who
Sure.
was there, what was the purpose of the meeting? Well, it kind of talks about that, but, you know, it's sparse.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So would you like to add, like, who was there, you're saying?
Yeah.
With
yeah.
attendance record.
Okay. Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Was there an agenda for that meeting? I don't recall.
There was an agenda on the website, but, I
Yeah.
mean, it was pretty sparse, it just said to talk through
Expansion.
potential merger, expansion, something like that, yeah. It wasn't a full-blown out agenda.
The other thing about these notes, I mean, I didn't go through item by item, but there seem to be a couple things missing. So, you know, I brought this up actually when we talked about the original memo, the October 3rd memo that got sent out. I highlighted that there were a couple things missing, and I don't know, I mean, it's, you know, like, there was some conversation and things written up on the sheets about busing, and the fact that WLA was out of 622, and that isn't reflected in here. I haven't made, and in fact, the few sheets that I did see that we took photos of, I mean, they're there, like twice, and it didn't make this document. So we either attach those photos or something, I don't know.
Yeah, could we do that? 'Cause I mean, I didn't transcribe
We
it.
still got all the sheets.
Yeah,
I
if we still got
mean-
the sheets, why don't we just do that, put the pictures in, and then add who was there?
Yeah,
Is that
and who was
okay?
there, and maybe those two things about busing in 622, maybe.
Is it-
I don't
those
know
are on
how
the
it was
sheets,
written
though?
on the list. I don't know how
Okay.
they were written on the sheets, but I just want to make sure that people don't think we left it out inadvertently.
I think putting the sheet, pictures of the sheets would probably be the most accurate reflection
I-
of.
True.
I would like to
Or
add the
output of the meeting.
YouTube link too, just because, why
Oh,
not?
yeah, the
So
recording.
just, normally we have so if we could do with those three changes, so adding who was there, the YouTube link, and
I
the
will
photos.
change my motion to reflect adding the changes.
Okay, Heather, are you okay with that?
I'll second that.
All right, so we'll update those ones. If you still
Yeah,
have
I can
them,
do that, I didn't know they were gonna be the notes, they were just my notes.
Yeah, they were your
We didn't
notes,
know
right,
the
just-
sheets, So, I mean, we can.
I didn't take separate
No,
pictures
that's
of
okay.
it, so I
I've
just
got-
used them as the notes,
I've got
yeah.
all the.
Okay,
still in my notes, so I can go through it.
good, okay, good questions, good observations. And, yeah, all right, any further discussion? So can we, I'll make a motion to approve as amended, which is with correcting the spelling, we're adding in the three things we talked about for the special meeting. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, so motion passes 8. 8 in favor. Great, good questions. Next up, student representatives. So you each have a chance to share. Would you like to share something tonight?
Oh, it's not much to report on, but about a week ago, Secretary of State Steve Simon came over to the 12th grade political science class, and he gave like a mini guide, kind of like lesson about his role and like encouraging them to get out and vote this year. So.
Super cool. I don't know, a teacher called him in, or how did he end up coming? I didn't hear about that, but.
Which class was it,
What
Beverly?
Political science.
Political science, so I think that's great.
No, actually, arranged it.
You guys arranged it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, Take the credit.
I guess not so much also from me. I don't know if it really means anything, but I did start, so MSA, something with MSA we used to have was something called Africa Club, and Miss Alvarez used to run that a lot, and it was really big when I was in 6th grade, so I was like 2017 year, and it's kind of like died over the years, and now we kind of renamed it to Black Student Union, and I mean, I think it's one of our biggest clubs at MSA. We have at least 50 students, and like we have a great hall, so it's been going really great for us.
It's a big
Yeah.
house.
Cool.
Good job.
Thanks for sharing.
And the reports I get from that meeting is that Joseph's doing a phenomenal job as a leader in the group.
Okay, great. Thanks for your help, Joseph. Next up, we have Randy with the Executive Director's Report.
So the first thing I shared was kind of from the diversity equity inclusion was our dashboard we've been sharing. Got a little bit more into the nitty gritty as far as those green, yellow, red that you've been seeing the last couple months, and talk more on how we're actually implementing it. So wanted to just share and then give you a little more detail. So the first thing you saw was a multi-tiered system support. That's really what our umbrella is we're putting these systems into place to address all of our students. So some of the things we've done is we've implemented walkthroughs now. So we've done walkthroughs, and right now I think we have 66 and 68 after Wendell's today. So actually I think over about 60, but in here was 40, I don't know, whatever we had in there was 42. So we've been doing, trying to get into every classroom at least once a month is kind of our goal. So we focus the walkthroughs we did for the first 2 months focused on 4 areas. Welcoming environment, engagement, respectful interactions, and then routines and expectations are set. So you can kind of see the results, so very, very positive. In November, we'll be starting our next focus, which will be on differentiation. So we'll be doing walkthroughs again.
What do you mean by differentiation?
On how we're meeting the needs of all students through differentiation instruction. So
Okay.
are we differentiating how we instruct to meet the wide range of abilities in our classrooms?
Okay, thank you.
So that'll be our next focus as we start in November. So as this has been successful, we're seeing what we wanted to see in our classrooms. We'll move on to that next one. PLCs have been started as right from the beginning of the school year. So PLCs are aligned right now. They started in October, aligning their curriculum to the standards. October they worked on 6th grade. November they work on 7th grade, and every month they'll work on other grade level standards in their content areas. We have our student success teams that are meeting. Actually, our next meeting is next week. And what we're doing is we'll be looking at our student grades as we ran all of our grades. I know Mrs. Yap talked about that, but that's what we're looking at is all those grades. Deciding on, reviewing student grades and developing simple plans for the students. Building and grounds update was something just in October that we bring in. So like we recognized earlier, but we've hired our student parking lot attendants, parents, so forth. All of our construction is completed, as our last need for a wall or a doorway in building C is completed. So all of our extra classrooms have been completed for this year. We'll see what happens next year, as what space we have available. And actually, we're looking at some different options for snow removal. We got the bid for our existing company. It's quite high. We're pulling some other options to see. I've heard, I wasn't here last winter, not super pleased with the quality of the service we're getting for that dollar amount. So we're pulling some different options and looking to see, and also snow removal also does lawn maintenance. So it could be another company to look at. There's one company I'm really impressed with. They don't give you just a per plow amount. It's based on the amount of inches of snow, which, how often do we get 12 plus inches of snow, right? Usually it's 2 to 3 inches, and they come in to do the driveway or the whole parking lot, and we get charged this huge amount. So we're looking at how we can be more cost effective and save some money that with better quality. So we're looking at some options there. Enrollment numbers are holding and are steady. You can kind of see our October 1 count is really important, as that's what a lot of our funding is based on. And our October 1 Mars report shows 609 students. And then also the give to the max was something we talked about last month. Wanting to use those funds for looking at the purchase of 2 15-passenger vans to support our activities in athletics, that's a big expense and a big shortage. So I contacted Inver Grove Ford. The price of a 2022 Ford Transit is $50,895 each. Insurance, it's really hard to say because it goes by the VIN number. They gave me a ballpark. It's about $100 per month per van. Right now, they're not making them right now. I mean, as we know with lots of things, I mean, I ordered a hybrid car for myself and my drive in June, and I'm still like number 6 on the wait list, and I haven't changed it in 3 months. They're just not making them right now, right? Or they're just, the demand is so high. So he said it changes daily though, so they could be, but we should definitely raise the funds if that's something the board feels is needed, so.
And Ford is a common one, but are there other ones? I don't know. Comparable?
That's kind of the industry right now. They said, it's.
The whole industry's like
Yeah,
this,
they're
for the
just not
passenger
because
vans, okay.
shipping and everything else going on right now, right? So, but he said it could change next month, so definitely, I think it's important to go forward.
Or a Cybertruck? I don't know, electric vehicle, I don't know, do they have any?
Yes, no.
So with that $50,000 price, how many vans are we looking
We're hoping to get 2, which would be about $100,000 for 2 vans, but then they would be ours, and then we could use them for other things too. Whether it's smaller field trips, new types of activities, or other things that could be used.
I have no idea, how much is a big bus, like the yellow buses?
About $1,000 a trip.
Oh, sorry, to buy one.
Or to buy one?
Yeah, I have no idea how much
You
money.
gotta find someone who can drive it.
We need a CBL.
Yeah, like one college prep bus, but they don't have a driver.
You want to drive?
It's a great advertisement. Yeah.
I mean, you saying like, somebody that can drive, and I'm not volunteering obviously, but, I feel like one good person that, I mean, you have to check in with these people, but like the coaches themselves, I mean, I know a lot of people, like for example, our basketball team, I know that a lot of them would, and I mean, I know the coach too would be comfortable driving those people, and I mean, I know like the kids wouldn't have any problem with it. So I feel like, I mean, I guess the coaches would be a really good option to look at.
For a bus, we need a special license, but for the 15-passenger van, it doesn't require a special license. We would just need to make sure their driver, their record is, for insurance purposes, they have criteria on what they expect of the drivers.
Can you buy a used van or is used out?
We could look into it. Of course, you lose the warranties and stuff, but I mean, it's an option.
There's rules, the state has only, it has to be under a certain number of miles. And a lot of those vans get a lot of miles really fast, so it has to be under 100,000 miles or something. I can't remember what the number was, but there's rules about that.
And when are we gonna announce to the community on the give to the max?
Well, hopefully, we could start doing it now with the water crews. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we need an approval, does the board need to approve that? I think it's a good idea, I don't know that we.
It's an allocation of funds, so
Maybe we should
perhaps.
wait to see.
But
how much money
we haven't
raise.
raised them yet, I guess, so it would be, what's the goal of the fundraising? Because in the past, I think the board we had a separate committee. And
We had a
did fundraising.
subcommittee that did our give to the max.
Yeah.
So they kind of approved it that way.
And so now
But
what
they
I'm
were-
saying is we're kind of trying to get some more of the administrative items to be done that way. So I'm proposing right now that the administration can say what the school needs and can help run it and let us know, keep us up to date. That's what I'm proposing, but if there's some,
I know we've had a lot of parents come forward with very positive.
I think as we discussed last time, it's nice to not just say, we need a lot of money, but we need 2 vans. That's easy for the community to relate to, and 2 vans cost $100,000.
So I wonder if the board approval would come later once we know we have a van in hand and the funding to spend. it.
Approve the purchase of the vans.
So you have our blessings to go ahead with this, the board, but then later.
Yeah, we'd probably want to approve the.
We approve all financials, right? I mean, so it would be
We
one of those
would, we
financials.
would probably want to build that into our budget. And then once we approve it with, like, we do a couple revisions of our budget throughout the year. I would say that would be a good enough mechanism.
And the thought would be that we would finance the vans and then use the fundraising to pay down the loans,
The debt,
or to use the
sure.
fundraising to
Yeah,
pay the loans.
yeah, we
We
talked-
probably don't, I don't think we would be able to, maybe we can raise 100,000, we haven't in a long time.
We've talked a little bit about that at the finance meeting.
Okay.
So we would, yeah, we potentially finance it and then either through fundraising or club fees or whatever. So we wouldn't have to come up with all the money all at once.
And realistically, they would cost, the financing would be about $1,500 a month would be the payments for both the vans. When one bus costs $1,000, it's, you know, I mean, a ride to, you know, not leaving the Twin Cities, those bus rides are about $1,000 now.
We just got a bill for our cross-country section meet, which is coming up in next week, and that's $785 for that bus just to Highland National Dollars.
So 2 bus trips pays for it, and then 3 per month, and then any more is just,
Our girls volleyball team had a game tonight, and I think the students ended up driving.
We didn't have a bus for that.
Yeah, so they ended up having
We
to,
can't.
We can't do everything.
no, that's unfortunate, but they had a game, so they ended up driving themselves and.
We will
That's
need fuel,
kind of a
right?
liability.
I mean, we'll have to pay for the fuel, which.
Yeah,
must
yeah,
be
insurance.
Fuel and insurance, right? But
there'd
but
be
still.
other finance costs, but overall, considering we're
Yeah.
paying $1,000
Yeah.
a bus, we're gonna come out ahead.
Right.
That could come with student
And
fees.
you pay for itself pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If we want to have a robust athletic program and activities, you know, you have robotics, you have, when you think of all the things that they'll be using these for. I mean, if we're paying $7,000 to $8,000 a pop, I mean.
We have a
pay
trailer
them
for
and probably-
robotics, right?
Yes,
Or and other stuff?
for robotics.
Okay.
Yeah. I worked in a district where they did vans quite a bit, and they charged student groups a certain price per mile, and so the student group would have to pay that price per mile. It was like $1 or something at the time. Gas prices were a lot lower. But then the teachers would drive the vans because they would be certified to do that. So it's far and above cheaper than doing buses.
Let's say we wanted to do like grade-wide, like field trips. We can't do that with like 2 15.
No.
You're gonna have to get
So
that.
that we would need a bus,
Okay.
yes.
It's not for, it's for
Or-
smaller.
Part of it is, yeah, a
Just making
bus
sure.
holds,
Yeah.
if we need to transport less than 30 students, this is a good option. If we have to transport,
A bigger amount, yeah.
what does a bus hold, 70?
Depends on the size of the bus. Usually around,
Yeah, it depends on the size of the kids.
yeah. Elementary, a lot more, yeah.
I think I remember on the buses, it said like max capacity 72, and I did the math, but like you'd have to get 3 kids a seat, which
Yeah, that's
we
what
wouldn't
it
be
is.
able to do.
It's 3 kids a seat, the same.
But
And the idea with the busing too is keeping it equitable for those students who can't transport themselves. So if the cross-country team needs to go somewhere and they have parents are transporting them and we still have 10 kids that need transporting, they have a bus for that.
And you might have kids that aren't participating for that very reason too. They're not even going out for the activity because they know they can't get a ride.
So are you saying that, I mean, these vans that you're suggesting are probably pretty basic. So if they're not equipped for additional, you know, are you suggesting we do that, or how do you? Because actually, to your point, this would be kind of tough because we're only providing rides for able-bodied students.
That's a good question.
I mean, I don't know the answer.
Yeah,
to
at that point, then we have to go to the busing company.
Because we know those, you know, special van would be
Conversion
very
rates are very
expensive, right?
expensive.
Conversion.
Yeah.
Double.
So that's a thought. The other one too is, you know, money, of course, is going to be an issue. I think a couple years ago, we had to relook at our transportation policy, because at that time, there were some interesting lawsuits that were kind of bubbling up, and that's why our policy kind of went to, if parents are driving, that is all on them, right? That's the whole policy of not being in part of that, setting up carpools or anything. So we'll probably want to relook at our policy and really, I mean, if we're not even willing to help with carpools, we're taking on driving students now. I mean, that's a huge jump in terms of, you know, liability.
And that's
Are we
what we'd have
okay
to
with
insure.
that?
We'd have insurance.
Yeah, well, insurance covers the monetary loss. I'm talking about liability as in everything else. You know, because all the cases they were looking at, they were covered by insurance. That wasn't the issue. It was loss of life. Will someone want to actually drive?
And actually, we're working with the company that we get all our other insurance with for
Yeah.
this. They have one of our.
Right. But once again, that's just it. I'm not talking about monetary. That's actually the easy thing. Go purchase insurance. But I'm about finding people that are willing to drive, and frankly, whether we're going to be assuming liability for it. I mean, you can cover it all you want with insurance. We are now assuming liability for transport. Are we okay with that?
Wouldn't we be assuming liability though when we provide busing? Or is the bus company then?
Well, at least it's another party. That's a good question. I don't know. That's a
They
great
have to
question.
carry insurance.
Yeah, but it's not about insurance. It's,
Yeah,
you
no,
know, we have
that's-
another party, they train their drivers, presumably, and they train them, right? And that's why it costs so much. They worry about all the safety things having to do with the bus. Now it's us.
If we have errors in emission coverage, we should just be able to ask the insurance company to have a transportation rider.
Once again, it's not about insurance. Everyone's making it about insurance. I'm talking about, this is liability and how we feel if something bad were to happen. And are we gonna train and instill upon the drivers and everything else, be super careful, because now you are responsible. And once again, I'm not talking about monetary. That's the easy part. We can pay for insurance.
So we'd have to kind of look at other school boards that have
Yeah.
similar situations and look at the
Well,
policy.
and just the general feel. I mean, are people willing to drive? Are parents okay with it? I mean, all these little things. And if they are, then maybe this is a non-issue.
You know, it's a tricky thing because as a mom who's putting MSA students in her car for track meets, for badminton, I mean, I try to, you know, get the kids to, you know, what's your mom's number? What's your dad's number? You know, sometimes the track kids will just be outside and waiting for the next car to come up that's supposed to be carpooling. So as diligent as I try to be, you know, you have parents just doing that, wondering if, you know, the child you just put in your car, if their parents know that they're with you. You have teenagers driving up to North Minneapolis for games. So if we can, I know there's that feeling, do we want somebody taking that responsibility? But I would urge everybody to also think of, you know, we're getting these kids to these games. And so there are people who are taking that responsibility. And if we can structure it through the school, then you don't worry about the 16-year-old trying to drive themselves up there.
And friends
And their friends in the car.
at night, yeah.
Yeah, does mom
So
who just came
social
home
media.
from work know that you have their child?
So what I'm hearing general, this sounds good, we have a few questions, if I can
So
summarize.
go ahead and start fundraising and see what we
I feel like yes. Are we-
Yeah, I mean, just plan for it. I
And
mean,
then-
something as simple as, you know, if there's a snowstorm, I don't want the driver making that decision solely. I mean, one person. I mean, there should be a process on how we do that.
So could we maybe sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but on the policy one, just take a look at one of the future ones and say, are we covered to be able to accommodate two 15-person vans?
I wonder if MSBA does have a model transportation
I'm sure there's some.
policy.
So I think that's.
Yeah,
good.
because we'll probably, yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like we're in new territory, we'll need a new policy.
Or
I mean, school
modifications.
policy.
Policy, procedure, all of it.
MDE has some of those too.
Okay.
So let's check on that, but we've got time, so.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I wondered, Randy.
I'll stop. I just drank all that water, I'm sorry. Okay.
Next month, in your report, which is great, could you, I know there was an email that came out that talked about detention. Could you address it next month? Kind of talk about how that's going? And also EAs and special ed. I don't know if that was part of student success teams, but if you could also give an update on that too. Next month, would be great.
Yeah. So you just want an update about how things are going with those two?
Yeah, updates are good, yeah.
Are we okay to move on? Okay. The next one I have is 11. Yeah, Randy, go ahead. I can take the chair's report. So we had, we did call for a special meeting. The notes are there, but we'll amend them as was discussed and I think improved upon. So we called for a special meeting just to kind of see where the board was at and give the board a chance to talk through a potential expansion with a specific school was definitely in mind, but through that idea of what would it look like to have a merger come in on top of the expansion as one of the ways to do that. So the notes are out there. We tried to capture some of the questions that the board brought up. So that's the first one. We did have a workshop here just before the board meeting, as we always did. We had hoped to do a DEI discussion, diversity, equity, inclusion discussion. Unfortunately, we had a schedule conflict with the trainer, so she's going to come now. We are assured November and December. It's by no means a signal of it not being important. It was just a schedule conflict. So then we pivoted over to a discussion on expansion. We do have it on here a couple of times. I would just say overall, MSA was looking at expansion, how are we going to expand and protect our school for the future, next 10, 15, 20 years. The idea came up, which we reacted to, which was a potential of a merger coming in, and the merger with, in particular, WLA. So we did have a workshop where we discussed through, the pros and cons. I won't go through all of those. If you're interested on YouTube, you can watch through the workshop. But basically where we netted out is for MSA, it makes the most sense to put a pause to merger discussions at this time and to come back to that. And what that allows us to do is really focus on the expansion. We have a number of different questions that we're going through right now that need to be sorted out. At the time, it seemed like that merger question did make sense to come in and interject, but it also brought up a lot more distractions and questions for our community and for our administration team, the expansion team and whatnot. So we're just calling a timeout on that for now, getting refocused on the expansion, which does need to happen. So just wanted to give everyone a quick update on that workshop discussion that we had before the board. So any questions for me? Okay. Then we will move on to board committees. So as per usual practice, I'm going to ask if we have questions, not a kind of a rehash of the meeting notes, but any questions for Ms. Patel on the governance? Okay. Any questions for Jeff on school expansion?
I didn't put any notes. I think you have done a great job giving us a summary of it. The only thing I would add is we have weekly meetings with our owners rep, and discussion right now is really budget-based. What can we afford and what options are there? We're revisiting some things that we didn't think we liked because there were certain issues about whether it be the perfect site, but we're starting to look back because of it might be the answer because of budget issues. So ongoing search goes on.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have there been any sites that were, are we close or?
We were close, then we review other ones because of cost. Right now, we're being careful on what we say in public because we don't want to announce which properties we're looking at this point, just because, of course, other people are looking at the same properties for different reasons or the same reasons. But yeah, it's gone back and forth. It's gone back and forth. We've been a little closer, now we're kind of backed off a little bit, looking at a greater range of properties.
And that's where Jeff is doing a great job kind of walking a fine line. So there are notes being captured by the people that we've hired, but you can't just put them in here because it talks about a specific site or a different, so some of that doesn't make sense. So I think we'll have to, maybe once it's all, not all done, but as we get further along and more discussions are held on real estate and whatnot, we can start publishing old notes.
And we, as part of our weekly meetings, the real estate broker is part of those, and she gives update every week. And she's made contact and continues to look at different properties and has these conversations on a weekly basis. So she's pursuing very diligently.
Yeah, it's one of those things that would be great to share, but it does put us at a disadvantage if they can see in our notes that we're interested in their property, the price just went up, right? So. Good, all right, then we'll switch to finance. So, Cody?
Okay, so we'll need to approve the finances in a minute. We had 4 main topics we talked about. The last 2, expansion update, kind of the bonding and everything. We talked, kind of all that was repeated, and same with the fundraising and the buses, the vans. So one thing I want to note, our audit is starting the 25th, which is next Tuesday. Many of you may be getting emails asking for paperwork or questions about the audit if you haven't already. If you're unsure about answering a question or who the source is, please feel free to email me or Randy, just so we're not giving out information that, and that's just a general thing. But if you get stuff in the next week that's about our audit.
What was the name of the company again?
Is it the same group as last year?
It was a new one. Yeah.
ABDO? Okay.
Yeah.
Abdo?
Because I didn't recognize the name, so when I got out,
Earlier this year,
you confirmed it,
yeah, you could, yeah. Dan ran into that, you got an email and you emailed me and it was fine.
but it just seemed like a scam, right? So
Right.
give me all your financials. Well,
Right.
hang on. Who are you?
And so you guys might be getting emails next week. And then we do, once the audit is completed, we'll have a report either in November or December, I can't. December. And we do have to approve it for MDE. And then another main thing was just going over our finances. There's really no areas of concern. Any questions on the finances?
I don't have access to B. It says it's in the trash.
What?
I don't have access to item B, the supplemental information. It says that it's in the owner's trash.
It opens for me.
It opens for me.
It says
Mine
no
also
pre available files in owner's trash.
Oh, we just put yours
Yeah. That's C.
Oh, it says it's in the trash, but I can still see it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Trash.
So it says it's in the trash for everybody, but
But I can see it.
But I can see that.
everyone
Well,
can see it.
is,
That's
fires in
weird.
the
Yeah, I can
trash.
see the whole
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
Can't download it.
And yours
Oh.
won't open up.
Do you want me to, I will email it to you right now.
So a question to you, I forgot to ask this earlier. Have we engaged Nick and his group, or does that come up later for vote, or do we need to?
That's for decision if we want
Well, I mean, that,
to. Yeah.
it's right up there with, our owner's rep. I mean, we're gonna be paying these folks hundreds of thousands of dollars for this, so I would presume.
I'm having Jenny Ebbs from Bergen KDV just to check the fees.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of them, see
Yeah.
what they charge if there's, because we need every dollar for expansion, so I'm trying to check and see what this other company costs.
Yeah.
Is it comparable, then great, if not,
Yeah.
hey, Nick, here's,
I mean, it sounds
Yeah,
like you're
it's
so
negotiable.
specialized, we don't need to hunt for anyone else, but we also should document the fact that they came as a recommendation probably from Bergen,
yes.
and that they do this a lot, and, as you can see, their materials are well qualified, but I think we should vote on it. I don't think we have to do it
Next month,
today.
maybe.
Yeah, next month.
Yeah,
Either a consent agenda, since we have it or something.
yeah, it's a good idea. It's a big spend.
Okay, I sent it to you and then I realized there was a typo on it, so,
I
as I hit
She
send.
restored
I
it.
You're
restored it.
joking.
What?
I
She was able
restored
to
it.
restore it.
Oh, okay.
So it's opening now.
So it should be, everybody should.
Out of the trash.
Whatever. Well,
It's there.
Yeah, if you just hard click on it, it gives you different options.
and you were able
You
to
can
restore
just
it,
click
okay.
Oh,
and
good.
Restore, yeah.
Any questions for Cody?
In that case, I'm going to motion to approve the finances for September.
Maggie, did you second?
Sure, I will second.
Sorry. Maggie seconded. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, financials approved for September, yeah?
We take 5 minutes.
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Use the restroom.
We can do a 5-minute break. So, okay, we're in a motion to,
Motion for a 5-minute break.
I will second.
you raised the second, all right, all those in favor? of a 5-minute break, say aye. All right, so break at 7:51, come back at 7:56? Yep. Try to get us. Man, can you talk? Back on. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 7:58. So good idea on the break. Thanks for reminding us. Next up is item 13, consent agenda. So we have here first readings of a number of policies and then a approval of policy we talked about for a few sessions. I guess I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for tonight.
I'll second it.
Any discussion shouldn't be on the consent agenda item, but if there's,
Yeah, I guess about the policy 510, the school activities policy, I would like to pull that out. I think that we should talk about that more, about what we're gonna do here with this policy, so that would be my.
So is this the first reading or?
Yeah, first
It says
reading.
it's the first reading.
so A is first readings of 5 different policies, and B is approval of board election, which I think we've talked for the last 4
Yeah.
months.
Actually, that's a good catch, because I thought that would kind of be wrapped into the conversation of 510.1, the rescission of, down in the discussion item. Didn't realize that.
So if I understand the way, so I think per our policy, and Heather will correct me, but we need to have it 2 times. So this would be the first reading, and then I guess,
Next.
and then the next time would be the vote, where if there's something that we missed, we could have a discussion about that.
Also, we're not voting on it.
No, but then
We're voting against the first reading.
201.1 is a separate kind of heading, if you will, so that one was planned to be.
On the consent agenda is 510, which is just the base policy, and then later we're discussing a sub-policy of that. And we're not.
You're talking the election one, though.
No,
She's
no.
not-
No,
No.
I'm talking about the
She's
school
talking about,
activities.
Oh, I misunderstood, okay, I'm sorry.
Low, or
So that,
I.
So
so that's in
which one are we
the,
voting on? The
that's in
change?
your discussion
No.
guide, if you will.
if I can explain why 510
Yeah.
is in the consent agenda. In my memo, I tried to explain that 510 is a mandatory policy that we have not been in compliance with since the inception of the school. Policy mandates back to 1976. It became a state mandated policy in Minnesota. So the urgency, because of the urgency, we have in our 301 policy a clause, maybe I got that number wrong. I'm asking for emergency passing of 510 so we can get in compliance with the state mandate. And then we will have to review it again. We have 1 year to review it and pass it with the second look. So what it would do today, it would get the policy in place and allow us to be in compliance. It's a state mandated policy that we don't have. We can discuss it, but whether we like it or not, it has to be there.
I thought we had
We
510.
We have
510.1.
We
510.1.
have 510.1 that
510.1
we're
is the one
looking to
later.
rescind, and this would take 510, so is also school activity, basically takes.
It
So-
is different. So
It's different.
510.1 is titled, it's something that,
Can I just pause just quick? So, and maybe, it could be a flaw in the way I helped us create the agenda, but these, so the plan was consent agenda, we have diversity, equity, inclusion, where we were gonna talk through our progress on bylaws and a little bit on policy, so some of that kind of flows through, because Heddle's done a great job on that section. And then we had the specific discussion of 15AI, which is 510.1. I think that's your
Oh,
question, Jennifer,
okay.
Yep, yep.
which we're
Okay.
gonna talk about, but not on the consent agenda. if that's
So
okay.
510 is not,
We don't have a 510 right now,
okay.
and we
So-
need a
So it's
510
not
per the
changing
law.
anything?
No,
It's
no,
just
no.
adding, we're gonna be in.
We need a
compliance.
510.
Okay, okay.
And the question
Got it.
for us to discuss is the removal of 510.1.
Okay.
yeah.
So-
Thank
So
you.
do you wanna,
So right now, in the consent agenda, you're approving the first reading of all those in A. B, you're approving
B is
to
approving,
approve
because it is the
policy
second reading.
201.1, which
Oh,
we've
okay,
seen a
okay.
couple times, and I had the
Okay.
wrong version
Yep.
in last month.
Got it, got it.
Remember, it didn't have the correct.
So thanks for the clarification.
Okay,
So
okay.
we're just approving that we read these ones and the
Okay.
210 is there.
And then back.
Okay?
Got it.
So I think I forget already, but Maggie, did you?
I approved the consent agenda. I seconded the
And
consent.
somebody seconded
Not
it.
approved.
I think she assumed you made the motion and she seconded.
I seconded the motion.
Did I make the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so I made the motion to approve the consent agenda,
I
Maggie
seconded.
seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, so the consent passes 8-0. Then we move on to the diversity, equity, inclusion. So apologies for those in the room unable to see the dashboard because we lost a light bulb. But we have made an update to the dashboard. A few more items have gone to green. I will say green is on track, green is not done. So just because we're flipping some things over to green doesn't mean that we finished in these particular categories. So I'm just going to kind of quickly go through for those in this section about the dashboard. So the board governance committee, as mentioned, Patel has taken over chair, so thank you very much. I think she's doing a great job. Clearly one of your strong suits, and you're certainly helping out the board and the school in this position. So I will stay on as vice chair for the board governance committee. We have done, the next one up was revise our bylaws, policies, and our board setup. I listed it down because I'm trying to keep everything concise, that the bylaws are about half done. We made it through about half. And I will say philosophically what we're trying to do is, one of the findings in our investigation was that some of the ways that we are governing ourselves needed to improve. So we're going back, and Heddle's done a great job going through different schools, what their bylaws look like, and what does the state of Minnesota require for bylaws, and then where are we different. So we're kind of trying to go back to what is the state looking for us to be doing and how we govern ourselves, and we're actually trying to get out some of the things that have maybe crept in over some time. And so that's the basis, I would say, overall of what we're trying to do with the bylaws. We made it through half the discussion. We debated bringing that half done work here. I think the right call was we're going to do another session in early November, and then we'll bring back kind of that finished product. The other thing we'll do is it's going to be a lengthy document, but bear with it. The reason it's lengthy is because it has examples from other schools. You know, how do the other schools handle these sections, and what does the state of Minnesota have for these sections, and then what are we recommending? So you can kind of go through there if you are interested in the detail and see why are we recommending what we're recommending. So, but is that fair? For the most part, we're trying to go back to what the state is giving us as an example.
Yeah, see what the, charter school legislation says. We have to, be as verbatim as we can, as compliant as we can. I think we're planning on meeting November, well, we don't have a date set yet, but my goal is to meet early November so we can actually get a draft out to everybody the second week, so everybody has a full week to review it, because it'll be lengthy.
Yeah. So
Hopefully 2 weekends is, I'm trying.
prepare and protect some time
Weekends for lengthy things.
to read it. Yep. Yeah, so actually to that point, it probably makes more sense to send it out separate from the board packet, just so you have more than just a few days to kind of read through it, because it's very important for us. Along those same lines, the policies are coming, so I know the administration, Randy in particular, you helped us, and together with Kate, went through to look at which policies we are missing, which we are required to have, and that's why this consent agenda had so many different ones in there, is because as a school, somehow we've missed those over the years. So this is kind of a little bit cleanup, which is fantastic to
I
get
think
us
those
more.
5 we didn't, and there was like 36 that were on a date, so.
So we have some more work to be done, but we decided to catch up with the ones that we didn't even have in our system that we're required to have, and then we're going to start, chipping away at the ones that we need to get updated.
And checking the conflicts. I think that's another important thing to mention, is that we have such a small governance committee right now, so I think it's good if we can kind of lean on each other, bring this stuff to the board, and although it'll take time, just to get the input that we might be lacking.
So lots of progress there. We did it over 2 meetings, just to kind of keep making speedy progress. Next one I have is we did dissolve our academics committee. That was kind of one of the findings, that we were in conflict with a little bit of overreach with the board, so that is currently dissolved. The personnel committee was also dissolved, but I will say, and we were meeting kind of monthly. I am going to ask for a task force coming up, but that's a very specific task force for the evaluation of someone under the subject of the board authority. So that'll be coming up. coming up later on our agenda. Training, so, we did move our training back from October to November, but I'm leaving it on track because we do have a plan on getting our DEI training scheduled for the board. We do need to have some more, and Randy, you and I, we can have some more discussions about board role versus admin role, and what can we do there. I would say, I wouldn't call it green right now, but or at least openly talking about it, so that's a good sign. The other ones, we did sign our conflict of interest last session, I believe, so we're that's a good start. And the board meeting minutes, I would say we were doing good in that. I think we just went through and updated, everything is online now. It looks like somehow we had our agendas online, but the linked files weren't following through. They didn't have access, so I think that's all been resolved now. So that's good. We have a good plan in place for who's taking our notes. But as an example, and I'll pick on myself, for the workshop meeting notes, I think we could have done a better job, and I'm responsible for those ones. So we can still get better at all of these. Any questions on our DEI update for this month? Like I said, we're moving to green, but we still have some work to do, so it's not that they're checked and done.
I think the yellow bar for board of director training on BOD roles versus admin roles, I think the bylaws will really, when we go through the bylaws, it'll really help us all.
Yep.
And that kind of ties into my discussion point of 15D for board training.
Okay, great. All right, then let's move to discussion. 15A was, Heather, you're up with the discussion on removal of policy 510.1.
Did everybody get a chance to read it? Anybody have questions, concerns?
Can you give a brief summary for the people at home?
Yes, so MSA currently has this policy 510.1. It is not a state mandated policy. From what I can tell, it's policy MSA drafted and passed. And the concern is when we overdraft, try to exceed state standards, we can do things that create a disparate impact for different kids at our school, and actually collectively. So the problem with 510 is that maybe it was oversight, and maybe it was just that the past board did not like 510. Sorry, the problem with 510.1 is maybe our community didn't agree fully with 510, and that's how it was passed. I really couldn't hone down on a history of it. So if anybody does know a history of it, that would be good to know. It compromises our compliance with EEO mandates. Part of education, according to the EEO legislation, is extracurricular activities. So we need to make sure that our extracurricular policies are 100% in compliance with EEO. It just has to be. So any extra mandates that you put on children, any extra checks and balances that you put on children that exceed what legislation has been passed it's just illegal. It's just going to have bad outcomes. I'll caveat that with, that's my opinion. It fails to align with minimum standards set by the Minnesota State High School League. That is the sports league that our kids participate in for their extracurriculars, their track, their volleyball, things like that. And the league sets forth in their bylaws pretty stringent criteria for what all students have to comply with, not just MSA students. Now, can MSA exceed those standards? Yes, it can, but then again, we risk running afoul with EO, we run we risk running afoul with vape. So for those reasons, and it was also mentioned, and I know there's some, everybody has their own opinions about what the investigation report means, but it was found to be misaligned also in the investigation report. So it needs to be rescinded so that we make sure that we're complying with basic federal legislation that has been adopted by the state of Minnesota. I tried to link all the authority. The resolution for the league, statute 128C. Obviously, we should all be familiar with EEO policy. The guidelines set forth in the handbook.
So basically what the proposal is to get rid of our eligibility policy and align with Minnesota high school leagues?
Yeah, we have already promised that we will comply with the league. The board and our school, our admin, every year when we sign that resolution to be a part, to be members of the league, we promise that we will abide by their bylaws, by their standards. We won't evade them. So we are already bound to that. And that's why there should not be an extra layer governing eligibility. We're a high school, and so typically, well, I just haven't seen it in another school, in another high school. I mean, we're not a D1 school. We're not a D3 school. I mean, I know that we have curriculum that exceeds state standards, but those are elective for our kids. Our kids who do not meet our calculus requirement can still get a high school diploma in Minnesota. So, you know, we need to make sure that we have policy that meets state standards. We do have to be a school for everybody. Every child does have the right to earn the right to participate in extracurriculars. EEO says that extracurriculars are education. It is a part of their education. So to have higher than state standards on something that is a basic state right is just a violation.
So can you be more specific? When you say, first of all, I'm just trying to understand what of 510 we actually violate with our 510.1, and what's the additional requirement that is holding people back from participation? And then number 3, have we collected any data that actually, is this actually happening? And by the way, that's not determinative, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of the scope of the issue. So maybe start with what is 510.1 in violation of 510 or MSHSL specifically?
So I would urge you to, it's really easy to try to look at the two policies together, 510 and 510.1. 510 is the state mandated extracurricular activities policy. Right? Which does not set forth guidelines, basically because we're promising to comply with the league.
Right.
Okay. So then if you look at 510.1, titled extracurricular eligibility, what we are trying to do with that policy is set eligibility guidelines.
Right.
So we say on October 1st, we are going to do a grade check.
Right.
And if you are not eligible, meaning you have a D or an F, that's our MSA standard.
Right.
Okay? if you have a D or an F on October 1st,
Yep.
you don't play.
That's not how it works, though.
No.
Yeah.
You have you then
No.
need to get a plan in place
Yeah.
and start working on getting those grades back up.
During that current semester.
Yeah,
So whereas the league policy says you have the entire, kids earn their right to play the semester before.
okay. And I got it, because I just want to make sure I understood that one of your things that you've identified is we look at grades at designated points in time.
Yeah.
And because we actually look at those grades, provide an intervention earlier, more often, rather than waiting for a student to fail and then kicking them off a team in the next semester when it becomes a non-issue if we catch it early, that is a problem.
It doesn't always work like that. for
I'm
every
not saying it
child.
does all, because I
Yeah.
think
So if it
there
doesn't
might
work-
be an issue of implementation rather than policy.
No, because
That's what
not
I'm trying to
every
figure out.
child is going to be able to get that grade up.
No, it doesn't say that you have to get your grade up. That's not the requirement.
We are at a school that is,
No, but our policy 510.1 doesn't say you have to get your grade up to get back into the activity. I don't think it says that, does it?
yes, it does, or else you're, well, it doesn't, but what
No.
happens to students is that then you get put on academic probation and you're not eligible.
No, it says you have to develop a plan to get better and talk to teachers. If there was no grade target, there's no, I mean, it's an
There is a grade
intervention to
target if
help
they're
them
left at
before they
F.
fail. So I'm just trying to understand why we would wait to try to recover someone when it's too late. And that's somehow,
I
It's
think
not
this
beneficial.
policy- I think it kind of, it's beneficial for the child because it catches it early. It gives them they have to go to the teacher to come up with a plan,
Right.
work on your grade. They're never kicked out of their sport
now,
or activity.
if we accidentally say, oh, you're kicked out, I get
Yeah,
it.
that-
Then I would agree,
right.
and then we should change that
This
language.
is just helping them bring their grades back up, helping them improve overall.
Can I ask-
They're never kicked out of anything.
Why would somebody that's in an extracurricular activity have, an advantage? I mean, if you're getting a D or an F,
Mhm.
regardless of if you're in a sport or not, wouldn't the administration be sharing that with parents and parents
Yeah,
be
but
responsible for getting you
it's all
back
the
up?
same.
So
Yeah.
why is there a 510.1?
Well, I think,
Okay, so my understanding is the intervention happens whether it's tied to academics or not,
Well,
or extracurriculars.
We're doing it regardless.
We're doing it
Yeah, you're
regardless.
doing
So what is the
For every
510.1
child.
for?
We shouldn't be just.
So-
It's
so
different for every child.
And then if we adopt this, if we get rid of this, then we're also gonna be, 'cause I think in this new 510.3D, those students who participate in Minnesota High School League activities must abide by the league rules. So that, the league itself has some eligibility requirements.
Yes, same.
So
No
we're
Ds, no
basically-
Fs.
Yeah, you
But then
can't have a
Well, if you
failing
look
grade,
at the
that's it.
policy though, it says right here,
Yeah.
students with first grade check, students who have Ds or F grades will be ineligible to participate in any extracurricular activities and receive no notice of their ineligibility. Will receive notice of their
I think the
ineligibility.
student handbook is written differently.
Well, this is, we're not talking, we're talking about. the
I know,
policy.
Yeah.
but I'm just saying.
It says they're not able to
I think
participate.
the misalignment though is Minnesota State High School League is doing final grades.
Yep.
And we're doing in progress grades, so there's a mismatch, so you could be eligible in the MSA policy,
Right.
and ineligible for the State High School League. Or you could be eligible, yeah, because you could, if you're failing everything, every class in ninth grade, every class in 10th
Yep.
grade, go to 11th grade, you're passing, you're eligible under MSA's policy, but ineligible from the State High School League. So because the State High School League grade is final grades, our policy is written for in progress grades. What I think Kettle is proposing is that we pull that policy back and make it an administrative function to address students who have in progress grades that are below a C minus.
Well, and to add what you said, the essence of the league's policy is to keep kids on track to graduate. Whereas our snapshot in time actually lets the 11th grader continue to play that semester. They finally pulled it together, had a bad 9th and 10th grade year, finally pulled it together, but they are not on track to graduate. So hypothetically, if they failed 9th and 10th. So they have to, and actually the league does have appeals procedures where you can request hearings. So it's not a lack of structure or a lack of code set of bylaws that the league runs under. It is actually stringent, but the goal is to keep the kids on track to graduate, which is the goal of high school. That's what we want for all these kids. So we should have policy, or we should follow the guidelines and policy that not only do we promise to follow to reach that goal, to get our kids to graduation.
I'm just kind of confused how you would let a student fail in 9th and 10th and they can recover, then that somehow makes it better for graduation versus more an earlier intervention. Now, if our policy is wrongly worded and we pull them out too early, we should change that. But I don't see why that's inconsistent with what we already do, which is earlier and multiple interventions. That, why wouldn't we leave that in?
Because you're imposing that on every child right now in 510.1.
Imposing
can't
what?
impose-
Imposing what?
This eligibility.
That's why I just suggested if somehow we cut them off from the activity a little too early, you gotta fix that. But I'm not sure that we should delete earlier interventions.
Well, I think, so we're gonna, if we get rid of 510.1, we can still keep these early interventions. They just need to come from a different source.
And they need to apply to every child.
Every child, not just extracurricular.
They need
Do them
to
our
apply to
academic
every
teams
child.
and.
Well, and
It's a
that's
part of our
fine, but I mean, I
student
wanted
support
this
procedure,
policy,
right?
I don't know if I necessarily see, I see some of the conflict, because I don't want to kick someone out of an activity, but then I don't want to make it sound like we'll just wait until the end of the semester either, specific to participating in an activity.
Yeah, but the league rules, right, they have until the end we're promising that they
And
have
I
until the
did
end
say
of the
we should
semester.
change that, but we shouldn't necessarily take away a requirement of earlier interventions and the development of a plan.
I don't think removing this policy is going to take away that earlier intervention. It's part of our student support process.
Yeah,
It's gonna
well
happen
then it shouldn't be a
regardless.
problem leaving it in the policy then.
But right now, it's only applying to, by having it in this
Well,
policy, you're
no,
only
no, no,
applying
but-
it to sports.
No, by putting it in this policy, it doesn't say we only apply it, but I just want to make sure we do apply it in this very situation
Well,
and
it's
make it known and
extracurriculars.
communicate it. It doesn't say that we can't do it for everyone else. By putting it in this policy
But
specific
how
to
you implement this-
extracurricular activities.
If we had, but then you're making it a subjective thing, right?
No, it's-
You're putting a child at the whim of a particular administrator or a particular
I don't see,
student
where is that
or
coming
a
from?
teacher. Will this teacher apply this policy against this child?
I mean, I don't know where that's coming from. I mean, that's speculative. I mean, that's true with anything we ever do. Well, of course it requires personal judgment by a teacher and everything else. I mean, you can't just say that specifically for that then. That applies to everything.
It doesn't apply to everything.
Yeah, it does, because you can't just say, well, oh yeah, this one policy, we can't do that because there's too much discretion. Well, every policy requires some sort of discretion. Why aren't we worried about that for every
Because
policy?
this exceeds state standards.
We're just going around and around in an argument that just feeds itself.
But why would you want
Can I-
to do that?
Can I ask
What is the
Randy
justification for doing that?
a question?
Because we have multiple and.
Because you're trying to impose collegiate level standards
It's
on these
multiple and
kids.
earlier interventions.
Randy, do we have a procedure for folks, students struggling? I mean, how is
And
that?
we're working on right now with our SST teams. In their PLCs, they're working their SS teams, and we're looking at all the grades and early interventions right now. And we're working with our SST teams and our teachers are putting plans in place for those students that have season needs to.
But that's regardless if they're an
That's all
extracurricular
kids.
or anything.
That's all students, not just athletes.
I think it's doing the same thing,
Where'd you
Jeff.
do it?
I'm not picking on you, but I'm just saying, we're doing it for everyone, not just the extracurricular. And that's where, in my mind, it makes more sense. Let's not impose an additional requirement on our extracurricular students. All of them need to be doing as best they possibly can. And have those
But we aren't putting
discussions.
anything additional on extracurriculars if we're doing it for everyone, just for right now. I mean, we just said we're doing this as in process, and so apparently we haven't been doing this, so. I
So
don't know.
Jeff, do you want to put more on kids who are participating in extracurriculars?
More what?
More stringent
Requirements.
criteria, more oversight.
It's not more, you just said it wasn't more.
Our administration is doing this for every child.
Yeah.
Right? But are you saying that you would want something specified for those participating? You want to be able to pull?
That's a separate question. That I'm
Yeah,
not
so I'm
sure.
asking, are
That's a
you-
separate question, and until we develop something, then maybe the answer is, we might need something. That's just it. That's a great question. But that's different from anything that's been brought up here.
So,
So let's back up. If the conversation was, we could undo this 510.1 if we apply what we're doing now to everyone. I could be on board with that, but that's not how this conversation started. But it's getting to a good place, right? You see what I mean? Because we started this conversation by just saying, oh yeah, no, it's all about, we can't have additional, requirements. And now we've morphed into, oh, this is great, we're actually doing it for everyone. I could be okay with that. I'd like to see it though, before I take away
so Jeff, my
510.1.
question is, how do you feel it should impact a child's eligibility to play extracurriculars? Because that's what this policy does. Do you see what I mean? We can put all the kids through, our.
I don't know,
admin.
I'd like to see the plan first, I guess. Because if we can get comfortable that a student needs to get where they need to be, right? So let's try a different scenario. The other scenario would be, we have a plan in place, a student doesn't follow it, right? Doesn't approve, doesn't follow it, doesn't develop a plan, you're frustrated, we try, and nothing happens. What should the outcome be? And by the way, I'm not sure I know, I'm just asking this question.
Can I just speak to how the process works right now, currently, what we're doing? So, last week, we pulled all the grades of anybody who had a C- or less, for all students at MSA.
Okay.
C- wouldn't make them ineligible, but it's to put on
Right.
teacher's watch list, right? That the student is teetering. We go through this week, it's a short week, so next week we have our student success teams. They meet next week. Everybody should have a plan. Teachers are marking because was a big project in one of the classes, I think, that wasn't graded. So there was half the kids are failing that class. So the teacher is going to have to go through and mark, this is an in-progress grade. The student should not be ineligible. So once that process is done, the teachers usually get about a week to do that, to develop plans with the students who are struggling. We go to the student success team. We look at the students who are, if it's one or two where there's a plan or the teacher feels okay with it, maybe not, but we're looking for kids with big red flags that are having problems. We have the counselor there, because sometimes dropping grades is a first sign of a social emotional issue or some other issue. All the teachers are there. We talk through what we're seeing in the classroom, what supports the students has, what the student makes the student successful, the successes we have with the students. We develop a plan. Someone on the team calls the parent, talks to the parent about the plan and where we are with the plan, and then the teachers track it. So then every week they mark students making good progress, students working on it but not quite there yet, or the student is not working the plan. The students who are not working the plan, then that rises up a level.
Okay.
Then we start addressing what's going on with that student. So then we might take it up into another tier of what exactly is going on, to further investigate. So now it's kind of come out of the classroom level and going to the counselor or one of the administrators or someone to figure out what exactly is going on. So that's what we do with every
Okay.
kid at the school.
Perfect. So Heddle, in your scenario, if that person doesn't do any of that, in your scenario, they should still be allowed to participate in extracurricular activities.
If they've earned their eligibility
No, but I'm just
last
saying,
semester, then yes.
what does
they
it mean
still
to
get
earn eligibility?
If they are still on track to graduate, then they
Okay.
have. You have not given them until the end of the semester to work this out.
Right.
So
So,
part of it is, it's an act of patience, right?
Right.
It's the process. So if that child, for whatever reason, if intervention isn't effective, if they're having attendance issues, whatever the problem is, then they will lose their eligibility.
at the end of the
They will not be
semester.
able to participate
Okay.
next semester because they will have failed classes, right?
Right.
And they will not be on track to graduate. So then,
Okay.
per league rules, that child can't play. They're not on track to graduate. They failed classes. Now, the league does provide that the child does get the opportunity to take summer school to try to remediate those bad grades even further. So there's always there is an appeal. It might be an unidentified disability that it took a lot of the adults in that child's life to kind of figure out and piece together. So it's not, the league doesn't have hard and fast rules like MSA does, the 510.1, where a teacher can call it, you are not eligible, you're failing.
So we're really talking about a very short time frame, months. So here's another scenario then, we have a student, so here's a timing issue, right? So let's say we wait until the end of the semester. So track is a good example. They don't fail, state comes after the last day of school. They will find out on the last day of school they cannot participate in state.
So that's going to be if they're off track to graduate.
Yeah.
Correct. Well,
So if they
well,
fail-
they failed the one class, so
They're
it's
not on
failing.
track to graduate then.
So like a child who's taking AP biology, right? They can fail that class. And we as a school have to be okay with that child failing that class. They are still on track to graduate.
Okay.
It is an elective, right? It's a college level elective that they're taking. According to EEO policy, extracurriculars are education.
Yeah,
It is
I'm
an
not
important part
disputing
of-
that, I'm disputing whether
So
the
you can't
failure
take
of
the
one
right
class,
to-
even though it doesn't impact graduation, is it serious enough for other consequences, or do
But
we
do we
have
want to
to?
encourage our kids to
No,
do
I'm
it?
just asking that, it's
Like
just
they-
processing. I'm just
I'm
processing.
gonna call process here just because I
So,
think we.
so sorry, I'm processing, so I've probably gone way too deep, I'm sorry.
It's all right, but we've given 30 minutes to the whole discussion section, we maybe spent it on the first one. We have a couple options. One is we could have another discussion in the future. We have a decision point coming up, 16A and 510, we can see where the board is at then to, I'd like to keep us moving. So I guess, Heather, what was your topic? Any-
I think it's important that we resolve this 510.1 issue simply because it can lead to violations of FAPE, it can lead to violations of equal EEO policy. Taking away a student's ability to participate in an athletic event is, you have to think of, their extracurriculars as, you
No,
have
I
to think of their
understand that.
extracurriculars
No, I just
as
want some
part of
time to
education.
process.
Yeah.
Are we
So for-
okay
It is-
waiting till next month
So
to
that's
vote on
what,
this?
for tonight, I would say we have options. We can, realistically, we've had 510.1 since 2005. It can wait one more month. I'm not saying we do that, but they could also wait one more month and we could bring it back to the governance committee and.
Well, we have kids that are actively participating in sports.
Can
I did send it out
I would
well
like
in
to also wait
advance.
for next month.
What is it you'd like to see?
And in the meantime, I would like to see Kate's policy that she mentioned.
That's
It's not a policy, it's a
No.
procedure.
Procedure.
Can
Well,
I-
is it in the handbook? Are we
Can we-
putting it in the handbook?
Can that be in the policies, or, I mean, I think,
This is more,
That
this isn't
step-
really a board issue, I think this is something that boardroom has academics, and I think this is where we're getting into trouble with.
Well, no,
governance and
actually, I'd like to
management.
understand what we're doing, because it does
that's what,
impact
I'd like
this
to know
policy
what we're doing.
We are
decision.
violating the league's bylaws right now is
I
what
just-
we are doing.
We could, I'm just asking for time to digest this, and yes, a little bit of understanding in terms of what the administration is doing is helpful to make this decision. So I can't draw this bright line saying, oh, this is, a board decision versus whatever. I'm gathering information. I would like to just soak this in.
I have a question. So in the consent agenda, we just did first reading of 510. If we rescind 510.1, we don't have any academics or
No
extracurricular?
school has an extracurricular eligibility policy. 510 and 510.1 do not go together. I have not found another charter school that has a 510.1 or anything called eligibility for their extracurriculars. It is something that MSA has imposed
I
on
guess,
its
Heather, the
students.
question is if 510's not approved yet.
Is 510 what we have as 510.1, is part of its purpose allowing us to do extracurriculars?
No. We have to comply with the leagues. If you look at the resolution that's linked there, we say we will comply with these Minnesota protective statutes, that we will comply with FAPE, we will comply with EEO policy, we will not discriminate, we will abide by the league's bylaws.
What, Heather, what if, so next month, let's assume that 510 is approved, we'll have that approval next month. Would it then make sense to take the 510.1 off and give some folks some time to?
510 be the emergent implementation?
510 was on the consent agenda because
As a first read bill, right?
but
It should be emergent.
It's
though,
emergent.
Because we're not in compliance.
it's
So
not
that one
enough
should be
not
approved
to
tonight.
approve it.
Because we have to have that one in order to be in compliance
we
with.
put it in
MD.
place emergently. We've never had that policy before, the 510. So technically it would require 2 reads, which it's still going to do, but today our families have 510 in place because we passed it.
We signed the resolution.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Randy.
Because we already signed it, we've all signed the resolution with Minnesota High School.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Your point on emergence, like appointing a policy based on.
We have kids
30
competing.
301, right? 510 has to be reinstated tonight to be in compliance of the
So does it
resolution
have
that we
to be-
signed. Is that what I'm
yes,
saying?
it should be. Although, since 1976,
But
it has
510
been
isn't
required.
I mean, it is.
And MSA hasn't done it, right? So yes, we could continue on in our non-compliance format, but why? I mean, we are a public school, we should just not fight about, and we didn't. It's on the consent agenda, everybody agreed that it needs to be, it's a mandated policy. So
Yeah, the other option
we need
is
to
we
resolve our
could,
feelings about 510.1,
but that's
right?
a decision which we could put a motion to,
We could, but I will not, and that is the reason why I sent it out a week in advance, so that the matter could not be tabled. It will be decided tonight.
oh, sorry, we have it as an item, right? That's what I'm saying, so a motion will be raised, so we can put a vote to.
I mean, I think whoever's not comfortable can abstain.
Actually, that's not a proper use of extension.
I think it needs to be,
They can vote no.
it needs to be voted, so these kids have some resolution. We have kids competing.
It also was on the investigation report that we paid for, was that policy be removed.
So any new questions on this one that you need, or anyone needs for
I
discussion?
just want to I don't know how much of help I would be adding on this, but just me coming from an athletic standpoint, I do D3 swimming. I have offers from D2 schools and even D1, some D1 schools. And I completely understand where you're coming from, right? We've agreed to their state statutes, But also I feel like MSA, like, you know, we're academically like an academically good school, and I feel like every student that goes here understands that, and like I feel like we should definitely try and put our academics first and make sure that we're doing well academically before our extracurricular, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
You know?
so my response would be that you can do that for yourself,
Mhm.
and parents can do that for their children. Obviously, if the parent doesn't want a child playing, you can pull your child. You know, you don't bring the grades home, you don't get to do that. But as a public school, can we do that? Can we impose standards that exceed state minimum? Should we do that? Is that inclusive? And how do you impose such a policy equitably? Is it worth running the risk?
Any other questions? Good questions, good discussion. I'm going to move us to the next one for the sake of time. So 15B is the setup of the Executive Director Survey Task Force. So I do need, I think what I'm asking for is I can help with this one. Basically, we'll prepare a survey that will go out to our community that will have questions aligned with your goals that you've stated, Randy, for your position, and we'll format that in the best way possible and get the feedback from the teachers as well as the community. So in the past, we've done 2 separate surveys because the community had a different interaction with you as the teachers would. But I can help with that. I've done that a few years. So can I get, it doesn't make sense to just have me. It also, I think if I recall, it didn't make sense to have teachers be part of this. If you also have a role as a teacher. So I'm kind of looking at you, community members or parent members, just to kind of keep it fair.
I can help.
You can help? Thank you, Jennifer. Anyone else able to help? So we'll just, we'll call for a meeting at convenient time and we'll
Okay.
make some proposal. In the past, we've had the board approve the survey before it went out. And if we have time enough, we can do that in November. Survey goes out in November, early December, something like that. I think that's when we've done it. Try to keep it after Thanksgiving, before Christmas break, winter break. So, okay. Good. First of 2 meetings on the maltreatment of vulnerable adults. Evan, can you help us with this one?
Again, state mandated policy, it doesn't stray from the model in any way, just, you know, name change, inserted MSA.
What number is it? Number
415.
We do not have this one currently.
Yeah,
It says
this
state
is one that,
mandated.
I have a question. Do we have adults? Are we teaching adults?
Once they
Seniors
turn
turn
18.
18 during their
Okay,
senior
so
year.
we're talking 18-year-old
Yeah.
seniors. Okay,
They become adult then.
okay. I guess.
And we could have,
Okay.
Well,
we could have the 9th semester.
And I believe sometimes special ed students can be enrolled until they're in their 20s.
21 is that anybody can be enrolled for the 21, but I think this is for vulnerable students. So if we had a student who was, you know, had a significant cognitive impairment that stayed with us beyond 12th grade, stayed till 21. We haven't had that before, but
Yeah, I mean, we're a school for all.
No, that wasn't the question. I just was wondering if we had adults.
No, if there was a question as to it. It's never been adopted before, even though it's mandated. So if there was a question as to why do we need it now if we don't have a student that this would apply to?
But in principle, I guess if it's mandated, and also, I don't think we'd wait until we needed it. It should be in
It
place
should be in
before
place.
we need it. Other questions on this one? So this is first of 2, so this will come back for approval next month?
Yeah, unless we feel it's emergent, and we can adopt it now and give it a second reading so that at least we're in compliance as of today.
Can I ask why this wasn't put in the consent agenda? If 510 isn't kind of on the same premise.
So the logic of the governance committee really was that we have 2 months to look at this. It's not affecting a particular student today, whereas 510.1 is, those kids are checking their Skyward, like, Skyward was down today. They're just,
I was just curious.
yeah, so that was, but again, the governance committee is small, so that kind of input is really helpful.
Okay, then we'll take it again next month. We have time on this one. All right, board training, board retreat. Wendell.
Yeah, so I've had a lot on my mind, being this is my first time on the board, and wanting to make sure that I'm doing things correctly myself and making sure that we are all in compliance of what we need to do as well. So this kind of ties back into diversity, equity, and inclusion in more specific board training and board BOD roles versus administrative roles. This is now 3rd month on the board, and I have not received any notification of specific trainings that is state mandated by Minnesota Statute 124E in terms that all board members are supposed to go through 3 trainings within 1 year, 1 specifically done within the first 6 months. So that is putting myself, Teresa, DJ in a very short time frame of when we can do that training. And the specific training that has to be done within the first 6 months is board roles and responsibilities. And so my question is how are we supposed to be in compliance with what our investigation is asking us to do if our board is not actively seeking to train our board members? That being said, my question to other, and Hatel on that aspect too, but have other board members completed this training, and where is the documentation of this? Because if you don't finish this training within a year, that's terms for dismissal. So I'm just curious.
No, great, and keep up the questions, and I'm glad you asked, because sometimes people get the tendency to think, I don't want to ask because I don't want to look like I don't know what I'm doing. So thank you for that approach, I appreciate it, and the emails that you send with questions I think are great, because I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? So keep those coming. We do have a list. I thought we shared that list last month, where we have when we took the different trainings, but I think we do need a little bit more help on how we can get those set up for the new team members, the new board members, I should say. And I know it was like 100, 200, 300. That was the series that I took. I don't remember which one is which, but board roles, finance. I think there was another one.
Employment policies and practices.
That sounds right. So, and I mean, I think Cody, you'd mentioned it's been a while since you and I've taken them, probably because we're on another.
So yeah, we're both on our 4th year. I don't know if we have to redo them every.
I don't
That's
know
something
that.
we need to look into.
Yeah, I don't know that answer, and I would.
Because my question is if governance is the biggest question
Yeah.
in the investigation, why are we not removing those regardless of whether
And
we're in?
what might be nice is, once the new members go through that, bring back what you learned maybe, and then that could be part of our overall training, because I think they did a fantastic job when I was there of explaining and using like real world examples of where schools failed and then schools are doing good. That was extremely helpful for me, but it's been so many years, I'm sure I could probably use a refresher as well, so.
And I know Bergen can do the finance training, because they've done that before.
I thought there was some like.
It was Max.
Yeah,
It
that-
was Max.
I thought there was like a couple, at least when I did it, there was like 2 options. One of them is you can combine something, and the other one was you had to take 3 separate
We had to do
ones.
ours online, and it was like
3 Zoom meetings.
pretty close together.
Yeah.
I think mine,
Did he get it?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't gotten anything yet.
I think mine covered 2. It was like an all-day thing.
And then there was a
It was
second
in
one.
person back, before 20 years ago, before COVID.
Did you get the?
We did not get anything from them.
I did, but I sent a separate one. So maybe there's,
Yeah.
I said
Yeah,
like
he
I
said.
can't log in sort of deal, and then they sent me, you had to do it within like an hour. You had to put me
Like
in.
set everybody up,
Okay.
they said they'd send you an
On the
email.
13th, and we didn't get anything yet.
I haven't, I got an email from you saying you signed up, but I didn't get the email from them.
No.
That's what we haven't either.
I'll call them tomorrow.
So
So,
can we make sure that that information is provided in the board packets for new members in the future? That they have to go through this training,
Yep.
here's how to go about it.
Yep.
The other thing too is I do believe we should do a board retreat, because during board retreats, we go over norms, building norms as a group, we get to know each other better. What is the other thing? We could review the code of ethics to ensure that everybody is on the same page, go through the strategic plan. I think the issue that I've seen in my 3 meetings so far is we haven't set that norm. We don't know each other and how to negotiate and talk to each other and be an effective board. And I think a workshop like that would benefit us all.
So agreed, can you help?
I can try, we're just getting into concert season soon,
Yeah.
so.
But help us, so you and I, let's work on that one, unless someone else wants to volunteer for that. Let's find some date, it doesn't have to be right now, but find some date. for
Yeah.
us to do that.
So once we go through that training and current board members, are they supposed to turn in a certificate to you?
Yes,
Or
well,
or authorizer? I don't know.
in the past, it had gone to the director, and, because I think you have a report that you prepare, which shows that here's the board members and here's the training they've taken and when.
That goes in those.
So, okay, great. Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you. Good observation. And also consistent with the DEI, as you mentioned. Jeff, we had left on there merger.
No,
Did
that's
you want to?
16B.
Yeah, I don't think we need
15E,
a vote or anything. so-
You're happy with?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good.
okay. Then we're on to decision. We have left one because we did strike off B in our earlier amendment to the agenda, so left is the policy 510.1. Heidel, would you like to make a motion?
Well, I actually have, let me review. I think it's 3 motions, 4. Should I read them first?
Sure.
See if we all agree, if the motions are worded properly. It's not my area.
Is it in the document or is
Uh-huh,
it?
it
Okay.
is. It's at the bottom. So the first would be a call to rescind policy 510.1 as of August 1st, which I think is the first day that the season started,
August 15th.
August 15th?
Yes.
Okay. For the start of the season. Second one is, we've kind of already dealt with. Third, I don't know that we need to issue this administration a directive to ensure equity and inclusion for our extracurriculars. They seem to be an answer to Jeff's question, actually, that sort of came out. But I guess it is, I guess we do need to issue the directive so that we have a procedure or that has been board approved.
Procedure or policy?
Procedures?
So
This is
maybe
where we
we're,
walk that fine line again.
well, we're trying to stick to policy that the board and the procedures are admin. Now, we do approve handbooks, which sometimes have procedures in them.
So we would just, it would be a delegation, we would just give the directive and trust that they do it. And it's not something that we would approve. Just ask them to keep oversight of it.
Satisfactory progress towards school requirements for graduation. Okay.
That would back at the review, I think. My hope would be that all administration is headed that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Because we need to comply with policy 209 as well.
Ethics one, or which one is it?
School board member code of ethics.
Yeah.
Yeah, ethics, okay.
So the interplay between these policies is,
Separate motions.
Yeah, they would need to be separate.
yeah, they would be
motions.
separate motions.
So do we take them one at a time?
Yes, do you think they're worded correctly?
Do you want to change the date from August 1st to 15th, or just leave it August 1st?
And we should make it accurate. August 15th, that that was the
Okay.
start
That's
of the
first day
season.
fall back out activities.
So then can I assume you're making the first motion to rescind policy 510, extracurricular eligibility as of August 15th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone second? I can second. Any further discussion on this one?
So so this is one that the investigation says we should not have. Okay.
Other questions? All right. All those in favor?
Can you just repeat the motion again?
Yep, it's also listed on page 5, but we changed it to August 15th instead of August 1st. But I'll repeat it for those watching at home. Resolution to rescind policy 510.1, extracurricular eligibility as of August 15th, 2022. Further discussion? Questions? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. So we have. Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstaining? So 6-2, motion passes.
And I want it reflected in the minutes that I'm not voting no because I'm against, the great discussion and information we got here. Thank you, Heddle. I just needed another 30 days to let this all soak in. If we need to do it today, then it'll have to be no.
Thanks, sir. Are you going to make a motion for the second one?
Yes, so I call for the board to consent to emergently, do we want to reiterate it? That's the.
Well, we have it, it will be in the
510.
notes eventually, but is everyone able to read it? It's a lengthy one, but basically it's emergently adopting policy 510.
Which is mandated by the state.
Yes.
So that's your motion is as listed in 2. There's a strikeout in mine, is that correct, the bylaws? To the bylaws?
108.
The 108?
It is 108. I don't know why the strikeout is there.
So do you want the 108 in the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So in the consent agenda, we just did the first reading of 510. Can we emergently adopt it without the second reading?
So you can emergently adopt means that as of today, that policy is in effect. Technically, for new policies, you have to visit it twice. We as a board have to visit that policy twice. And then after the second time, then it's implemented as an enforced policy. What the emergent passing lets us do is if there is a policy that is so critical or urgent or affects the well-being of our stakeholders or our students, then we can emergently pass it, which means today we vote to pass it and it is in effect today. And then if we revisit, we have 1 year to revisit it. We will, as a board, we will revisit it next month. It'll come up on our agenda again next month.
Okay.
And if we have a problem with it, we can rescind it at that point, or we can give it its second pass.
Okay, so it still needs a second pass, but
It
within a year.
does. It just gives us a year to do it, and it puts the policy in effect today versus the maltreatment policy. That's also a new policy, but we're going to visit that twice because we didn't feel there was that emergence, that urgent need right now.
Okay.
So Heddle
Does that need a vote?
made the
too?
motion of 2 with the change that 108 is not stricken through. Anyone second it?
I'll second it.
Cody seconds it.
Could you read it
Yeah.
for the
Heddle, can you read
record,
it
just
for us?
because I don't want to refer to it with the strikeout and all this other stuff.
Yeah,
so.
call for the board to consent to emergently adopt the proposed MSBA Policy 510 titled Extracurricular Activities, which shall provide the following eligibility statement. Students in grades 7 to 12 will be certified eligible to represent their school in MSHSL activities according to the bylaws 108 found in the official handbook of the MSHSL, period.
Other questions? Sorry, maybe I have one. Why not 6 through 12? Where's the 7 through 12?
Because
They're
sixth
not
graders are not
eligible.
eligible for the Minnesota State High School League.
Okay.
Seventh graders are eligible for
Starts
the
at
State High
7.
School.
Okay, gotcha.
Doesn't start at 6.
Other questions? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? All right, 5-10 passes emergently, 8-0. 3,
Issue a directive for administration to further the board's commitment to implement equity and inclusion-focused internal procedures if, as and when needed, for determining satisfactory progress towards the school's requirement for graduation, standards set forth by the league eligibility bylaws that not only comply with, but also actively protects, conserves, and advances the state and federal mandates set forth throughout this notice. And then a citation specifically to policy 209, subsection B, which is where that language is cited.
Our policy 209?
Yeah,
Okay.
which is a state mandated policy.
anyone second?
I'll second that
It's
one
a
too, I guess.
directive.
I know,
It's
that's why I'm
it's not a
confused.
Yeah.
It's not a,
motion.
right, it's not a
just a
motion, it's just,
your job.
right? Yes.
So how
Okay.
does the board issue directives?
We
to
have in the past
administration?
issued directives to make it clear the board is directing the administration to blah, blah, blah. I don't mind, we're asking them to do their job, that's the weird thing, but I'm also fine saying in writing, you need to be equitable in your procedures.
I think the motion is probably, we need to agree that we want to specifically task our administration to do this. And that is only because in the past we haven't, right? Like if it were not for the investigation report, this ask wouldn't even be in here. But in the past, it seems to have been an oversight.
So are you asking to have something implemented in the handbook that kind of goes along with it?
No, I think it's more just in line with our investigation report, just to maybe come together and just express openly and publicly that we would like our administration to prioritize this for our students. So to me, it's a directive.
Kind of
So I
like
guess we
talking
do.
about like the number of credits, because a lot of schools will say you need to be earning 6 credits per year to be on track towards graduation. In that regard, are you talking
No.
about?
It really is just protect, conserve, and advance the eligibility bylaws.
Okay.
Which is not something the board can do. We really need administration to do that for the students.
So I guess the question is, do you need directive from us, or will you do it anyways?
We're doing
They're
it already.
They're doing it.
So then-
It's ready, it's ready,
So we don't
it's
need-
ready in progress.
Yeah, we
So
should
we had a
vote
good
tonight.
discussion.
But it's on the record
Okay.
now that.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, the question is not whether they're gonna do it, because like you said, you're doing it, the question is whether we wanna make it official, this is a board.
Well, and isn't that the dashboard that we're looking at?
Yeah.
And isn't that
And this is,
the handbook?
we're thinking about voting on it, right? That was your thoughts, the directive?
Well, I'm really not sure how a board passes a directive on to administration.
I would assume we would vote on it,
I think we
because you just made the motion to.
I mean, it's
The
part of our
discussion.
agenda, the diversity, equity, inclusion, we're already.
Would you like a report next month on how we?
Yeah, I mean, if we have a
Is that-
specific ask,
I mean, is that,
report.
is
Ask them for a
that just
report.
basically a request on the, on, well, how is it that we are
Yeah.
ensuring this? Is that how
Put it in
we
director's
measure
report.
compliance? Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yep, we can do that. So then I'll make a motion that,
We have in this month's draft.
on this specific topic?
We've under SST.
Yeah.
We're meeting to talk about students that are failing and are presenting plans.
And then we'll be going through that data next week.
Yeah, okay. So are we okay with that then, board? All right,
Do I have to rescind my second? Do we have to rescind a motion then? We have a motion on the table, so I rescinded my second.
you rescind your second, then there is nothing further to.
There's nothing on the table.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
good. And the fourth one,
Fourth
local
one.
advisory committee?
So maybe this one needs a little explanation. The league bylaws do suggest that we have this in place.
Do they provide a model of what that looks like? Or does it have to come from the activities director? I mean, I would assume being that they're the ones working directly in relationship with them.
And do they say?
And what is the
The
purpose of
advisory
it?
committee should be discussing?
Like, what is the purpose of a local advisory committee?
It really is to ensure support and compliance, give the kids an avenue to go to.
Could this be one where maybe the activities director comes back and helps us, to, how are we doing with this local advisory committee? How are we handling it? Would that meet the need?
Yeah, because it doesn't say we have to, but it says each school is urged
Urged
to.
to? So I don't know how we're doing it, and so maybe just
Wonder, do we
Is
already
that
have
you?
a kind of
We don't
SST
have
and
it, but
advisory?
we could think of a way that we are
we're
doing
covering
it,
it.
but I don't know
Yeah.
if we have like another committee,
Let's-
advisory.
So-
committee.
Why don't we just look
Next
into
month,
it
yeah,
first?
come back.
And see what other charter schools do.
Yeah.
We can give an update on that.
Okay,
Wonder if
is that it then?
So let's not vote on that one
Okay.
and see what admin finds out.
Yep.
Yeah.
think that
Wait
sounds
through
good.
that happening.
We probably should have done more research on
No,
that.
I think it's good that, thanks for bringing them forward. And I have now the, item 17 looks like I repeated 15 and 16, but on mine, 17, future board items. So I did not capture and should have the expansion decisions we're going to need to make next month. So please be prepared for that. I think we'll dedicate some time because we're going to be making some big decisions there. At least that's the current plan. We've got a lot of questions that the expansion folks are working through here on behalf of the school, so we're going to need board insight, or board input into those. So we'll draft the agenda accordingly. We'll have the DEI training as mentioned, and then World's Best Workforce needs to be approved next month. So December, more DEI training, the second follow-up one, and then the financial audit Cody mentioned. January, bonding process we can now change. I didn't see that. That was going to be after DEI, but we moved that one forward.
Yeah, we switched those two.
So we'll strike that off, and then we need a strategic plan / investigation progress update. That was a feedback we had before, just to make sure we're still making progress on the overall investigation, feedback to the community. And then we have some policies that have been kind of on our list for a little while, but Heddle's got a good command of what policies we have. And we have, was it 36 that need to be updated? So we have plenty of work. So anyone who wants to help on the governance committee, we can certainly use the help there. So, which should be item 18 is plus or minus what worked or what didn't tonight. Anyone? Wasn't cold enough? Or was it? It was cold enough?
Hot chocolate at the next week.
This is cold.
What's that?
Hot chocolate at the next week.
Hot chocolate and gloves.
The bulb went out, that's a minus.
Yeah, so.
I hope
They,
that
they
doesn't-
still saw it on the street though. Yeah, we just weren't able to see it here.
I hope that doesn't affect your classes tomorrow.
I emailed Justin right away.
Well, I'll be interested to hear the feedback on the mics, but I thought that was quite cool, so thanks for getting those set up. When I tested it, it sounded much better.
Man, did you have any comments from anybody?
Nobody ever comments to me during the,
Oh, okay.
I'm not on the inside.
Anything else? I think good discussion, so thanks for everyone just keeping engaged. Good, then I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn at 9:13 PM. Can I get a
Second.
Wendell seconds, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Great, motion passes, we adjourn. Thank you.